your life.
Morning, and this is the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubag. The Kenyan Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union have again sent a threat to the government that they're going to call for a strike within the next 2 weeks over the non-implementation of the back-to-work agreement with county governments. The union says that a court order to promote the doctors and provide health insurance to health workers has not been implemented, even as doctors continue to work in poor conditions. Speaking in Nakuru during a dialogue with the union stakeholders, KMPDU Secretary General Davji called on the government to resolve issues crippling the health sector, as this isn't the first time they've raised their complaints. The Supreme Court is set to deliver a landmark ruling on whether Kenya will have new constituencies come the 2027 general elections. The move comes as the country faces a constitutional deadlock over the delimitation of constituencies after its term last year expired. Chief Justice Martha Koome and 6 other judges on the Supreme Court bench are scheduled to advise the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission on the controversial issue. Last week, Justice Koome highlighted the need for the law to be considered in enabling the IBC to carry out its duties properly, especially after it lacked commissioners to prevent the nation from finding itself in a constitutional crisis after a crucial exercise stalled.
Since January 2023, the IBC has been unable to fully discharge its constitutional mandate, creating significant gaps in our electoral processes. The effect of this vacuum have been felt in many ways because vital functions such as boundary delimitation, voter registration, and by-elections have been stalled.
The IBC is asking the Supreme Court to provide legal advice on the best course of action after the delimitation process failed to take place as required by the Constitution despite its March 6th deadline. Environment Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale has downplayed criticism of President William Ruto's administration of rising cases of abductions and extrajudicial killings, shifting blame to the previous regime. Speaking during an interview with the local TV station, Duale defended the government's record, arguing that enforced disappearances were far worse under former leadership. Duale insisted that President Ruto does not condone abductions and that the government is committed to addressing the matter.
42 you people showed on TV in Rivayala. I can tell you, take a camera, walk in Mombasa, walk in Garissa, walk in Mandera, walk in Marsabit, walk in any city in this city. Ask them, those who lost their loved ones during the last administration, to come out, they will feel Uhuru Park. I'm not justifying what's happening now. And that's why the president has been very, very firm.
His remarks come as Public Service Cabinet Secretary Justin Muturi continues to criticize the government's handling of the growing insecurity crisis. Muturi, a former Attorney General, has warned that the ongoing abductions and killings are severely damaging the country's reputation and urged President Ruto to take decisive action. Opposition leaders are now claiming that the Kenya Kwanza government has lost direction and caused Kenyans a lot of anxiety. Led by Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka, they've accused the government of implementing bad policies that oppress Kenyans and do not focus on the issues and interests of citizens. Speaking in Kajiado County, Kalonzo also advised opposition leaders to work together to save the nation.
Mama anaambia jameni, hii maneno haifanyi kazi, anatumiwa askari 20, anashikwa. Naye alikuwa mama ako na ujuzi kama nasi. Anajaribu kuwasaidia. Watoto wanauliwa, wanauawa kama vile mwenzangu Eugene amesema, wanafuatiliwa kwa mitandao. Ukituma message, ukifanya nini, therefore we are going to have to discuss this matter. Hatutakubali nchi iende mbaya. So this is it. This is a time for us. It is not the time kusema huyu ndiye anaweza kuwa rais ama nini. Tuwe na common denominator. Common denominator ni kukomboa nchi yetu.
That's the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
Looking to upgrade your kitchenware, furniture, or electronics? We've got the best deals for you. Digger Shop, your one-stop online store for electronics, furniture, kitchenware, and more. Buy online now and enjoy fast and convenient countrywide delivery in just 48 hours. Here's the best part. Every Saturday from 6:30 p.m. you get exclusive discounts on your favorite items during Shop.Digger Show on KTN. So why wait? Visit shop.digger.co.ke and experience convenience at your fingertips. Digger Shop. Fast, easy, affordable.
Some days just have you feeling, you know the ones. Very few aha moments. Just moments. Maybe even a few Because how can a day this good feel so meh? But then, you realize your moment of escape is a cup of indulgence away. Delamere.
Get lost in rich, creamy, flavorful bliss with every spoonful of Delamere real fruit yogurt. Indulge in the moment.
Are you a young person looking to unlock your potential? Are you ready to take the future in your hands? If so, then listen up. KCB to Jejiri is the plan. It's designed to empower young people like you, develop skills and knowledge you need to succeed in life. KCB to Jejiri combines vocational skills training, business development training, access to finance and business mentorship, preparing youth for jobs, entrepreneurship and wealth creation. Don't be left out. Visit kcbgroup.com/foundation to learn more.
Are you ready to become Kenya's next biggest music star? Do you have what it takes to compete with the best and walk away with over 1 million Kenyan shillings in grand prizes? Auditions are open for Kenya Star Search on Saturday 1st of February and Sunday 2nd February at the Nairobi City Charter Hall from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Come through and show us what you're made of. Proudly sponsored by Skiza, Techno Kenya, Sunlink, Wairimu Kenya, and Boomplay.
Are you ready to unleash your creativity and dive into the dynamic world of media? Then listen up. At Standard Talanta Academy, a collaboration between Talanta Institute and Standard Group, we are redefining the rules of the game. With our Media Mastery course, you'll embark on a journey that goes beyond the ordinary. From TV and film production, photography to digital journalism, our curriculum is designed to equip you with the skills needed to thrive in today's media landscape. But we are not just about theory, we are about action. Our hands-on approach means you will be creating, producing, and innovating from day one. And with Standard Group, home to KTN, Radio Maisha, SpiceFM, and the Standard newspaper, you'll have unparalleled access to industry expertise and real-world opportunities. So, if you're ready to turn your passion into profit, join us at Standard Talanta Academy and unlock your full potential. Visit www.talanta.ac.ke.
It's Monday, and here we are taking a look at what's going on the roads today. A little bit of traffic has already started to form on Uhuru Highway. It's going to take you from the Nyeri Stadium roundabout out into the city, and that's already just a little bit crazy. Taking a look at the Thika Superhighway as well, going towards the Pangani underpass is where we'll see most of the movement right about now this morning. And it's also quite busy as you come off of Kangunda Road, touching on Outer Ring. And let's take a look at what's coming off of the Eastern Bypass. And there's traffic in bits and bobs starting to form as you find your way into the city. The Southern Bypass looks good. Magadi Road is not giving too much in terms of drama. And coming out of Westlands and on Gong Road as well, it's looking good getting into the CBD today. We're going to keep an eye on how Monday turns out. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's 10 minutes after 6 o'clock, and guess what? Guess what? Just guess. I'll give you 3 guesses. If you can guess them, then I'll give you, I don't know what, but try and guess.
You need to give me, I don't know what.
Je ne sais quoi.
Let me see. Guess. You made a lot of money during the weekend?
Well, that would have been fantastic, but no.
Okay. What's the guess?
It could be anything, it could be anything.
New shoes?
No.
New jewelry?
No.
Well, at least that's what
it's actually not difficult. Oh, wow. You see what you're doing. It's actually not difficult. It's the 3rd of February. We're in a new month.
Oh.
See?
That's what I guess.
Yes, it is. You can guess.
It's a fact.
No, but you could guess what I was going to say.
Well.
Isn't it? What's the role of chance?
I'm not that clever yet.
Or at least not at 6:11 in the morning.
Yep.
Okay, well, Mark, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. First day on the job.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you fine?
I am anxious.
Well, the thing is, it's an interesting question, because are you fine in Nigeria, when somebody asks you, this guy fine, is very different from the state of how you're feeling.
Oh, okay.
More of, how you look.
Oh,
anyway,
thank
Siti,
you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I am very well, thank you.
You're wearing my favorite color.
Yes. Green Eagles.
Well, it had nothing to do with the Eagles. I just have always loved green. Yeah. Uko salama?
Niko salama kabisa.
How was the weekend?
Good. Yes.
Why are you looking at me pensively and smiling?
Okay, how would you like me to look at you?
No, I mean, it's really up to you. I was just wondering if there was something else passing behind you.
You did comment, and I was looking at you the way I wanted to now.
No, please carry on.
Would you like me to change the way I'm looking at you?
No, not at all. It's very good. Please continue. Allons-y. Comme dit en français.
If what I would do to watch City as a principal, disciplining a student, I would love to be a fly on the wall for that one. I would love to be.
Hey guys, welcome to the first of the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation in the month of February. Good to have you here, and getting well on into the second month of the year. And even as we do, a couple of conversations that we will have today, and already thank you for trickling into the room. Karibuni sana. All right, at 7 o'clock, lest we forget, there are many, many things happening in the country. Some happening that shouldn't be happening, others happening well on their way. So lest we forget is a conversation that we will have with you from 7 o'clock today, and we'll give you details of that as we get into it. Sawa. Also, Bill Okoh, you know who he is. Let's start from what's happening at the tail end of things. The government in crisis, the real issue facing Kenya. There's a problem here, and when we look at debt, it is front and center of a lot of the other issues and what needs to be done essentially to get it through. So we'll be having that governance conversation at 9 o'clock. All right. So we know that I don't know how many, is it 9-member team has been then sworn in. It's a panel that will then, bring in IEBC commissioners, which is the last peg essentially that's needed to have the complete IEBC information. So Elias Mutuma, who is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, will have a conversation with us at 8 o'clock about the legal and constitutional framework for IEBC commissioners. It's a big deal to have an IEBC in place at least 2 years to an election. The work will take them some time, but let's see what it all brings in place legally and constitutionally. Those are the conversations that we'll be having this morning. They're important to have, and we're going to go into it and have them this morning. Okay, so I know that you guys are trickling in. Let's say a quick hello to you. And always, of course, I never say it enough, I think, but to have you in the room every day as we start off these conversations is golden. So thank you for doing that every day. Now, shall we say hi to you proper? Let's do it. Don Sabo, I can already see you teaching us things. If I can just get this thing to work, it would be fantastic. But in the absence of that, all right. Mashari and Jeru says, good morning to you. Yes, Desmond Otis. Hello, Team Spice. Hello, listeners and viewers. Don Sabwa and Ann Gore. I like it that you're now greeting each other. Gotea, that deep-voiced man.
Sitiu Magatea.
It's you.
It's both of you. Because, it just sounds like growls in here. It's both of you. You've both been greeted. Cyprian Kambuni says, good morning, Team Spice. Also, Mimi. Okay, this is R. Mimi Nitaleta Bibi Wapili. Okay, so you've decided. No problem. I don't know that there's a problem with that. So, R, of course, good morning to you. Also, yes, we see you, Don, this morning and trying to tell us... I will get into the language in just a minute. Also, Rose Grace is tuned in from Tamu this morning and says, blessed week, team. Michael Olanda is tuned in from the land of 1,000 hills, isn't it? Good morning, my brothers and sisters. Greeting from the country of 1,000 hills. Yes. Joe Mongai. Hello, good people. Isn't it sad that oversight, representation, and legislation has been reduced to I love Gachagua or I hate Gachagua?
Or I love Ruto or I hate Ruto.
I know. Yeah. And this is where you get the National Assembly is actually not supposed to be about, who scratched my back best. Yeah. It's really supposed to be about how you represent the people. But, it's just a suggestion. Who knows? Good morning, team. Good morning, February. I tell you, that segment, Dear Mr. President, was great. Please keep up those conversations alive on our behalf. Indeed, Nyeri Chukunzira, we see you this morning. We'll do that every week. It's important for Kenyans to let the leadership know exactly what's going on. Lest we forget the conversation we'll have at 7 o'clock today. Georgia Demo says, good morning, listening from Rongo. The weather is cold. You people, I don't understand. Rongo, is it not in Homa Bay County?
No, it's Migori County.
It's in Migori County.
Yes.
Where the weather is like standard 25 degrees around there.
Yeah, it tends to be chilly sometimes.
25 degrees is chilly?
No, 25 degrees is what you said. And I'm saying it tends to be chilly.
Okay.
I am adding to the conversation that you have begun.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
It can get cold.
It can get colder than that.
Yes, it can.
Okay. Robinson says, from Hong Kong, two wrongs don't make a right. Indeed, they don't. Why would Dwali compare the Yala to the abductions in Ruto's regime? Essentially saying, surely, abductions that have taken place, can you really compare them to the thousands of bodies that were dumped in River Yala? For goodness sake. Is one more dead than the other? Is one more abused than the other?
I don't know how it is. But there is a logic that those who aspire to be politicians in this country, it's a logic that I think is specific and special to them, because you listen to someone speak and you wonder, what on earth is this person talking about really?
Well, maybe those other ones were killed a lot and these ones were killed a little bit.
They didn't die fully.
Yeah, they're just a bit dead.
Just a bit dead. It reminds me of the movie The Princess Bride. He said he's mostly dead.
Yes.
No, it's not. He's dead. But he was actually mostly dead. He didn't actually die. Yeah. Anyway, no, but for sure. Najma Chaudhry, we see you. Good morning. Eunice Okello says, good morning, Team Spice. Good morning, everybody. Now, Apenda Sana watching. Have a blessed day ahead. Carol Nyambura, thank you every day. Hello, my faves. Abductions should stop, period. That's just it. Doesn't matter how thin you slice it. Mark Mwangi says, good morning, Team Spice. In a nation where a difference in opinion has been criminalized, let us all be criminals. Abductions and killings must stop. Tupaeni wimbo. Nimekuja kusema asante. Don Sabo, are we safe now that even the dead are being abducted? How are you, Ndu, CT and Mark? In Malawi, in the dead we say akufa. CT say akufa.
Akufa.
Thank you. Omar Chanze Singo.
It's a word one hears very often when one is listening to songs from DRC.
Mm-hmm.
Nakufa, and the person is singing, and you're saying, you keep saying you're dying, but we can see you're alive. That's why you're singing.
Nakufa tu nakupenda sana.
But that is the thing. So you understand the crooning,
I get it. I'm getting
Nakufa.
It. As in, ooh, you're killing me. Hey, Nzilamkadze, good morning from Durumaland, Kinango. I know somebody from Kinango very, very well, actually. Erica War says, good morning. Good morning, Team Spice, watching from Portland, Oregon. Mashari and Jeru, we see you. Benedito says, good morning from Doha. Princess Ndu asks CT if he knows that people born on the 29th of February will not celebrate their birthday this year. CT, did you know that?
There's a word that leaps to my mind.
Well done. Well done.
Have you heard the theory?
Yes.
That if we reduced the months to around 28 to 27 days,
yes,
we would not need to have a leap year.
Because you would just take those other days and
scatter them properly.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. We'd have to speak to that guy called Gregory. That fellow called Gregory, I think is maybe he's well extinct now, but we'd have to talk to him. Okay, so Nick Bala says, good morning. Since having a contrary opinion from the powers has been criminalized, we just observe and keep quiet. After all, the distance between the sun and the earth does not change. Actually, it doesn't. Greetings from Northampton, UK. When will you have a Somalia proverb CT? Mr. Vids is asking you. Vincent Dishu says, good morning, Spicers. Good morning to you. Athawan Jama is also tuned in. Bichachi, they've told you not to go anywhere. Sawa?
I am cemented on my seat.
Bas.
Yeah.
George says, good morning, my good people. CT, Princess Ndu, and Mark. Yes, we know. Good morning to you. Meshach says, good morning. Goals of the day. Let me just put you out here. Says, Ndu, I love you. Well, I love you too. Do you have a person? I have people. Yeah? Can you be specific? Specificity will help you out this morning. But okay. Morris Andati says good morning to all. Good morning, everybody. It says Ben Chenmai. Chef Sach Davis says good morning, Team Spice. Life without spice is illusional. I'm telling you, it's not a small wahala. Newton Emase says good morning. Can you invite the Tivet HR? In fact, that's on our plan. Saludos, familias. Feliz dia to you too, Sandra Sheria. And Julia's song is here. Always a pleasure to tune in the morning. Thank you so much. We see you. Assalamu alaikum from Mombasa, says Francis Oguta. Good morning from Eldas. Just asking, if we can't see air, do fish see the water? Well, that's a good question. Dekans says good morning as well. Karibuni Sana. As we click into this morning, let's see where CT is taking us this week, shall we?
Well, the person who asked when it is that we're going to go to Somalia, we did go to Somalia last year. But it's a new year.
Yes.
Okay, and I've been in East Africa, East and Central Africa. This week we are in the Republic of Djibouti. Djibouti. Yes. This country is an extremely interesting country. Why? Among the many things this country is known for, it is, one, serves as a key refueling port and transportment center. Why? Because of its proximity to the Gulf of Eden and its proximity also to the Indian Ocean. So it's a very interesting connecting point. It also happens to be the headquarters for IGAD, the Integrated Intergovernmental Authority on Development.
They have awesome fish.
Yes, that's big stuff.
Delicious.
That is, yes, and its headquarters in Djibouti, whose capital city is known as Djibouti City.
Yes.
Okay? And officially it is the Republic of Djibouti.
It's also the country with the most military bases in Africa.
Yes.
That are not necessarily African.
Yeah, no. When we say military bases, we mean American, Chinese.
Everybody has a piece of Djibouti.
Indeed.
Okay? Right. We will learn more about Djibouti as the week sort of like moves along. The proverb. In dancing with the enemy, one follows his footsteps, even if counting under one's breath.
I see.
When dancing with the enemy, one follows his footsteps, even if counting under one's breath.
Very true.
Yes.
Have to be careful.
Yep.
Yay.
Never know who's coming for you.
Yay.
And it's very important to count what they are doing.
Yes.
Count the steps. Well, you know, first of all, there's the issue of identifying this person you've determined is the enemy. And in so doing, there's also the little detail of defining why it is that you have chosen that this particular individual can be described in only one term, an enemy.
An enemy.
And you know, there's one more part to that thing where it says, if someone shows you, because those are the steps, they are bad character, believe them.
Yeah, it's true. When somebody shows you who they are, believe them.
Yeah.
When they show you who they are.
And when they show you what they think of you, believe them. Believe them, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have to give a shout out to Nurdin Addi, who's tuned in from Arabia Town in Mandera County, and he says we are fanatic followers of SpiceFM. Keep up the good work. Good morning to you, everybody who always clicks in. So now we're going to take a look at some of the headlines, and then we'll see how we get into those stories, into the detail. On the front page of the Standard today, killer squads back. Where? President William Ruto rode to power on the pledge that human rights and justice would be respected. However, 2 years down the line, the killing of abducted protesters shows that promise was merely words. Extrajudicial killings have returned, and in a puzzling manner. Where? There's a picture there of, individuals being bundled into a police vehicle with hooded fellas. Interesting. We'll look at that. Trouble ahead. US suspends vital drugs to KEMSA in this whole aid freezing story. Vital drugs that they're saying, well, we'll see. Governors issued directives on NSSF rates. Those numbers were supposed to go up in terms of what you pay as premiums for NSSF. Governors, let's see what that directive is. Payslip politics in 2027, it'll all be about the money. Was it not about the money in 2022? It was said to be an economic election, but let's see. With up to 45% of their earnings taken back before they even see their paycheck, workers are left grumbling. Excuse me. Trump hits partners with new taxes. Over the weekend, we saw Mexico, Canada, Ireland said, you know what? Do me, I do you. You want to say that we can't do 1, 2, 3? 25% slapping on tariffs for US product. Let's see what this game is going to look like in the next few. All right. And so those are some of the headlines on the Standard. Mark, you want to look at headlines on the Nation?
Well, it's actually quite interesting. You've got abductions again, the weak links with the church as well, asking the president to walk the talk on abduction. Then this is ironic to me. ODM plots to counter Ruto's Western forays.
ODM who?
You know, kukatwa mswamba.
No.
Yes. What happens is when a hyena wants 2 pieces of meat at the same time and they're going in different directions, it is said to split in the middle.
Okay, the hyena itself.
Yes, so okay. I'm not calling ODM a hyena, I'm just saying.
You're giving an example.
Yes. Then college student, her unborn child stabbed to death, echoes of a certain case that we have. DCI, here's what we found about Mlolongo missing man. The DCI, of course, giving reports of the man that has been missing from Mlolongo, one of many. And then Kitengela 3 claim their lives are in danger. So you've got 3 stories of abductions. And then Kindiki, I will show you the work of the DP's office. Kindiki taunts Gachagua.
Why should he? Okay, sorry.
Then, speaking of Gachagua, he has apologized and sought forgiveness for not naming his party as yet. He's moved from being a truthful man to a guy who asks for forgiveness. Lastly, hospitals start turning away teachers and police because they have not received their payments for services rendered hitherto. So that is going to be interesting, saying that they are owed a total of 1 billion shillings from NHIF, SHA, MKL have not paid the AGC 10-Wek Hospital in Kericho. So just in Kericho, that is 1 billion shillings or 1,000 millions.
1,000 millions. Okay. Uncle?
This is not a headline, but it's a story on page 6. Something interesting happened not too long ago. There was a massive data breach at the Kenya Business Registration Services. Huge breach. And on page 6 of the Standard, we're told Ruto Kenyatta family businesses' interests exposed by data breach. Oh, yes. It is a whole story that requires a little attention because it raises questions.
Yeah. It does.
It raises many, many questions. How? Why? What then? What if? Etc. Etc. In the Star, this story actually caught my attention because when you have a data breach, my friend, you suddenly feel very, very unsafe.
True.
Very, very, very unsafe. Right. In the Business Daily, PSC SRC locked in tough war over public servants' perks. PSC's public service, whatever it is.
Commission.
And SRC is
Salaries and Remuneration Commission.
Thing, yes. See, that's what I've just said.
Okay.
Hackers sell business owners' IDs, phones, details to dark web. Okay? Remember what I just read?
Yep, there it is.
What I've just said.
In the flesh.
Huyo. KQ gets approval to service foreign aircraft. Okay? Kenya Airways has won back a certification from the European Union Aviation Regulation accrediting it to maintain, repair foreign aircraft. The foreign aircraft, is it just one or is it many?
It's many. Can't be one.
Yeah, because it's a foreign aircraft. And
because aircraft is aircraft.
Aircraft
in plural is aircraft. It's like sheep and sheep.
See, aircrafts,
not ships.
Ile kubwa ya kutembea kwa baharini ni ships.
Yeah, but the Condor version
ni ship.
Yeah. No,
sheep.
No, it can be sheeps.
Apana.
When you're talking about a diversity and a variety of the same animal, then they're sheeps.
Wallahi city, they are not sheeps.
Aircrafts.
Aircrafts, I agree.
You can say aircrafts, actually.
Yes, that is how they should read.
But in aviation speak, they rarely put the S. Rarely. But carrying on.
But this is journalism speak.
Moving on.
Right. Commercial watchdog probes Airtel money hidden charges. Okay. According to this article, Regional Competition Watchdog has launched an investigation into allegations that Airtel Kenya lied to customers about mobile money charges.
Okay. Lied to?
Yeah, meaning they said we're not going to charge you, then they charged you. Or they said they're not going to charge you this, then they, charged you that. That sort of like thing.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but that's what is being reported. Why macadamia tycoons are in auctioneers' crosshairs. There's a picture of two people, Peter Muga and Patrick Maina. Auctioneers are knocking on the doors of billionaire businessman Peter Muga and former Thika Town MP Patrick rather, chasing unpaid loans linked to the macadamia processing companies. Okay? Macadamia is not a fruit. It is a nut.
It must be nuts.
Okay. Treasury CBK split over rival exchange for bonds. Okay. The Treasury has broken ranks with the central bank by supporting a new exchange for trading government securities that will rival the Nairobi Securities Exchange. The Treasury has backed the new privately owned platform, the East African Bond Exchange, EBAX, which allows investors to trade Treasury bonds outside the Nairobi browse. This one will have consequences, but we'll look for an expert in this field to come and tell us exactly what we are hearing and having heard what we will see. Top right-hand corner until green in the Star, clerks to face musical financial mess in county assemblies. Story is on page 7, okay? Right, the Senate findings. They are going to hold these clerks to account. You think that the man is just going to do this and that and we don't ask you to say why. We are going to tell you and ask you. Uganda gets Ebola vaccines as Kenya steps up border control, all right? Loopholes. PSC flags 2,100 worker salaries outside payroll. Public Service Commission is saying that there are some 2,100 workers who are being paid a salary and they are not in the payroll. Okay. Nyanza upbeat as region hosts investment summit. These investment summits sound really, really good, but what exactly do they do?
They go and discuss people who might be willing to come and put money into Kenya. Yeah, that
bit I get. That's why it's called investment. But what do they do? I mean, you've talked, then what happens? The talking, the outcome, what are we supposed to see? All right? Okay, bang in the middle of the paper, Uhuru era COVID mess could cost state 8 billion. Meaning it has already cost us that, but we're talking about it as though it is in the future.
So the shock.
We are being acclimatized.
Yes, we're just being told the guys get in the groove. Auditor General says review of documents ended with unsatisfactory answers. Okay. Vaccine suppliers is demanding 8.4 billion, including for doses that were never delivered.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes, this is not a tale of two cities. This is a tale of Kenya. And the Kenyan business climate, environment, etc., etc.
You know, one of the biggest problems with this country is that if you want to be a rich business person, you have to work with government, and then you have to find ways of creating false goods so that you are able to not only pay yourself better, but also be able to bribe the people who gave you the contract. And that is a problem with this country.
Okay, I forgot one thing. There's a picture of the immediate former deputy president, and the caption is Gachagua to show Mount Kenya direction to take ahead of 2027.
According to him, that's what he said.
Maybe they're going for a walk.
Who?
Maybe Mount Kenya is going to. I hear of a politician talking about showing people the direction to go, it leaves a really unpleasant taste in my mouth. Yes.
Okay.
As it should.
For goodness sake.
What?
As it should.
The entire region is full of toddlers who need to be shown what to do.
In fact, the funniest thing is if you have a platform, if you have an idea that could help the country, why are you specific to Mount Kenya?
Because that's the one you know.
Yeah, if there's a good direction, you give it to everybody.
Look, it's a complete contradiction of what leadership is about. You are supposed to be doing what the people want you to do.
Yes.
Not you telling the people where to jump off.
And
For heaven's sake.
all the people. And all the people. Aya, sawa basi. Hii mambo haitaki makasiriko bwana.
Weka kwa lungs.
Ukiweka vitu kwa roho, utafanya nini?
Kwanza ukiweka Gachagua kwa roho, you know that
No.
serious.
It is not Gachagua. It is the idea that this statement represents.
Okay. Bas.
And it's been
It has
repeated.
nothing to do with the deputy president. Him is saying what very many leaders think.
Wacha tuangalie weather kwanza, alafu tuangalie traffic, alafu turudi.
Tuangalie ya Rombo,
tutakwambia sawa. It's 24 minutes to 7 o'clock. Let's take a look at weather, traffic, come back and look at more of these stories in detail.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. It's 16 degrees. We'll see highs of 26 and lows of 15. We're looking at partly cloudy conditions at 14 in Nakuru, going to highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 28 in a partly cloudy Nyeri at 12, 10 degrees and cloudy in Eldoret with highs of 25, and we're looking into a cloudy Mombasa at 24 with highs of 32. 31 will be the high in a mostly cloudy Malindi, currently at 25. Kisumu this morning is clear at 18 with highs of 30, while Kakamega at 15 is clear, going to highs of 31. We're looking into a mostly cloudy Kampala at 18 with highs of 29, while Dar es Salaam this morning is cloudy at 27, going to highs of 31. 19 degrees and cloudy in Johannesburg with highs of 27, while Lagos is clear at 26. We'll see highs of 33. Over to Mogadishu, we're at 24. It's sunny, highs of 31, and 9 degrees and clear in Addis Ababa, going to highs of 24. Kinshasa is cloudy at 24 with highs of 33. It's 0 degrees Monday afternoon in Beijing, -2 and clear in Paris, and 1 degree and partly in London. We clear things up in New York, where Sunday night is cloudy at 0. That'll be the high Monday, down to lows of -1.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Okay, then as we continue to look into details of some of these stories making the headlines, let's look at this abduction story, because it doesn't stop, guys. That when you see that people have been disappeared, and then now you find that unfortunately they have died, you're going to have to ask questions. And this is coming off of the back. And this is one of the issues that we'll talk about in our Lest We Forget session this morning. And when we look at this headline, President William Ruto rode to power on the pledge that human rights and justice would be respected. However, 2 years down the line, the killing of abducted protesters shows that promise was merely words. Extrajudicial killings have returned in a puzzling manner. And so, looking into the details of the story, the question is, are killer squads back? Killings echo Kenya's dark past. Unlike previous abductions that targeted online critics of the government, none of the Mlolongo Four had a prominent online presence. These 4 individuals, who reportedly knew one another, were abducted on the same day. Tragically, 2 of them have since been found lifeless, their mutilated bodies lying on slabs in the Nairobi funeral home. The families of the remaining victims yet to be found continue to grope in the dark, enduring daily heartache and battling the gnawing fear that each passing day without word might spell its worst. Kenya's security agencies have distanced themselves from the horror, even as cases of the abductions and mysterious deaths spike. After initially missing court summons, Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja and Director of Criminal Investigations Mohammed Amin both denied knowledge of the abductions and killings, some security analysts, however, detect the chilling signature of a killer squad in the Mlolongo executions. We don't even have to go much further in terms of the words of that story, that unfortunately we've seen too many in a short period of time, which are the telltale signs that there could be somebody. It could be a group of individuals, and I don't see them as non-government vigilante, unfortunately.
You know what puzzles me is how there's no pattern as to whether you'll be abducted and let go or abducted and you lose your life. There's no fixed issue that you can see these people who have been abducted did. It varies. Then two, you don't know whether this person is coming back alive or not, and you must wonder, those who come out alive, how come they do not have stories to tell? I've not had a detailed experience from what these people who are abducted actually went through. In fact, my good friend Gabriel Oguda, I would like to know how he moved from being an abductee to now being on the list of possible PSs of this country. There is something that is being done. And if we do not find why it is being done, and if it continues to be haphazard, then this country and its young people will continue feeling unsafe, because you don't quite know when you will step in it and you find yourself in trouble.
Something City talks about, and these are the days that essentially this story is alluding to. That there were darker days when people essentially be picked off the street, picked off from their dorms, picked up from wherever it is that they were residing, and that they would be taken away for a period of time. Nondescript. You don't know for how long, you don't know where they were taken. But one thing that when they came back is that they were silent as a church mouse. That they would not be able to tell what happened to them. Sadly, from what we see, there are some people who will never speak again because they're lifeless. So what are we doing right here when we say that it is very possible that if you were to open your mouth and you were standing in any position of criticism of the government, that we're saying that you could actually be nicked and that we could never see you again. You could never see me again. If there was something that I was saying in criticism of a government, it doesn't matter. That I'm begging the country to do better, that I'm begging leadership to do better, in whichever way I choose to say it. But have we gotten to the point whereby it has now become normal that if, and we almost say it like a joke now, don't we? Which I think is very dangerous. That when you say, I have to be careful what I say because it's very possible watanikujia. That's where we've reached. Is that okay today to say that if you open your mouth in a place where the democratic space is meant to be free, and if you open your mouth, the likelihood of you possibly being nicked from your home or off the street then is very high? And I think they were teetering on the dangerous, extremely so.
And to put it in perspective, we need to understand that Ethiopia is one constantly at war within itself, between the Amhara, the Tigray, etc. It is massing forces towards Eritrea, so that's a very tense situation. You've got Sudan itself, which is at war. We've got South Sudan, which is always having some civil conflict. We've got Somalia to our right. We've got the Congo issue to our left. And then we've seen that, of course, even Tanzanian activists are being attacked, kidnapped from Nairobi. When a country is surrounded by such tensions, and within yourself you begin to create a situation where the disciplined forces that you have are acting in a manner that is unbecoming, you're also creating an opportunity for all of these conflicts around you to begin to affect how your people act. And we need to be very, very, very careful to understand that Kenya's peace and stability is not as strong as it seems. And we need to remember 2007. It seems as though we keep forgetting how volatile a nation we have.
We seem to forget that the path to democratizing a nation has never been a simple one. People who happen to be in power and authority do not like, neither will they support changes that they do not have control over. And what we are essentially seeing is the manner in which those in power right now wish to respond to calls for change. Now, again, there is nothing new here. This has been this. The world over, what we are talking about here has happened before. the forms have been far worse in some countries, some milder, and the results have been the same. There's something called the will of the people, and there's something called an idea whose time has come. When Section 2A was repealed in this country and we ushered in the era of multipartyism, God must have spoken to the president because, in all honesty, it was contrary to whatever else we saw leaders on this continent doing.
True.
They were holding fast and sticking to their guns.
True.
That change ushered what we now have. Nobody can tell me that when that happened, they knew that we'd be here. No, we didn't know. We didn't know. There are those who, once they get into power, never want to go with the flow of change. No. Because to assume that when people decide that they want to be politicians, that they are selfless and that they seek to serve the interests of the people who elected them, that is where we go wrong, because we speak from a position of disappointment as though once someone is elected, they will now do right. Human beings don't function that way. If there is an absence of a check and balance and a consistent one, anybody can go wrong. Believe me, anybody can go wrong, especially when you give them power.
This is the thing. I think that what is... And again, it forms a basis for a conversation that we'll have later. But this very thing that we are speaking of, especially when the immediate former deputy president said very many times, because he was a victim of such abductions. He was, even if it was going to be that there was a case against him or whatever. But we heard from both of them that never again, the words were used, never again will this kind of thing happen, not under our watch. So it is almost ironical that not less than a year later we started to see these things. Or are we saying that, well, it was dependent on what you people do?
No.
You see, it never came about when they said that. When they said that never again will these abductions happen, never again will we find bodies in rivers, never again will people be taken from their homes in the dead of night, never again will etc., etc., etc. ever happen. Not less than a year later, almost 100 people have been abducted, and out of those 100 people, a number of them have turned up dead. There's still some for whom we do not know where they are. So the question is, who is taking them? Where are they being taken? And for what reason have they been taken?
There are
under your watch.
There are a number of frustrations. Frustration number one is that if the police deny having them, and we cannot blame a serial killer because there is very few serial killers who work in gangs and in Sumbaru, Yabambaru. So we know for a fact that it is an organized syndicate that is actually taking these people and taking them to places that are unknown. And here's the frustration. The fact that we do not know what to do or who to speak to stop these things, because the authorities deny, and then when you get in that situation, we wish that the authorities would say, listen, it's not us, there's a cabal of thugs that have specialized in doing A, B, C, D, and we are going after the thugs. That is consolation. That is good communication. In fact, I would applaud them for at least having a suspect at hand. But now we've got people who are disappearing. We've got no suspect. And if we are asked today by our audience to invite someone who can authoritatively speak about it, we will find no one. And the problem about things that are led by no one, you do not know where they start, where they are going, and how far they will reach.
The discussion here really is about a narrative. What happens when people are abducted and the numbers increase? You don't know where they're taken, they're released, and they don't talk. What message does it send?
It's a chilling one.
Yes.
It's a chilling message, essentially, that you can't go around saying whatever you want and think that a lesson or two would have been taught when you've been put away.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when it is young people, you then have a clear idea as to whom that message is being directed. And the question then rises, is it effective and is it working?
Is it effective? Has it stopped Kenyans from opening their mouths and registering their disdain for things that have gone wrong? It hasn't stopped
These things have a tendency of fueling it further.
Yes.
It's not, you don't dim it, you don't silence it. Actually, what you do is
you light
give
it up.
Exactly, and you also give an opportunity for those who wish to speak up to find other avenues of speaking up, but they actually don't stop speaking up. The time when people stop speaking about certain things is if what they're speaking about and it is a problem is then rectified or solved, then they will stop speaking about it.
But you know, CT, one of the things that we need to stop about Kenyan politics is the fact that anyone who does not agree with you is your absolute enemy. I do not understand where that school of thought comes from, that we have to be so antagonistic. Either City and I agree absolutely, or we are enemies absolutely. There is no in between. We cannot agree to disagree, disagree to agree. There is no in between. There is no middle ground, and this and you can see it happening quite a bit when people shift sides. It's almost as if they become they change race as well. One was criticizing the lack of building roads, then he suddenly switches and is praising roads that previously they thought didn't exist, and that creates a psychological problem in the country, because it feels like then if you're a government critic, you can never say anything good about the government, and if you're pro-government, you can never see anything wrong with the government, because the moment you do that, it's as if you've shifted camps. So for example, if I said, you know what, the dollar has been stable for a while, Mark now has joined the other side. If I say, you know what, Kalonzo Musyoka and team are not putting together a good opposition, Mark now, you see, there's nothing in between, and that creates a very antagonistic thing. It's almost as if this country is getting divorced, and dad is Ruto and mom is Rigathi Gachagua, and then we've all got to choose sides. Otherwise, we will be motherless and fatherless.
But it's a choice that we make, isn't it? Because there are many things this government has done, and there are promises they have kept. If you're talking about the price of goods coming down, they have. It's not at the... They have. From the high they were, they have.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah,
yes,
fuel is 8 shillings cheaper.
Yes, they have.
Has come down.
They have. But you see, unfortunately, they have come down, but against a backdrop of people having lost jobs, people don't have incomes. So even with the reduction, people can't afford it because they don't have the money to buy it. You see? So you're talking about a constantly changing situation. And Mark, you are right. If you even dare say that, you know, the full story about what we're saying with regards to say Shah is not that, and this one, it's not that it is not working. Please pinpoint what is not working.
Yes.
Okay? If hospitals have not been given money, as was promised, pinpoint and say they have not been given money. And because of that, they cannot afford to give services on credit again. Specific.
Yes.
Okay? But when everything about Shah said, it is not working.
Yeah.
Okay, so what exactly are you saying?
And you see, that's a problem, because if you have a conversation about Shah Shift and you say, you know what, it is actually a good idea. Kenya does need universal health care. People who suffer from chronic illnesses, who need constant care, it will be a big burden off them if they don't need to spend 7,000 to 14,000 every week on dialysis. So the idea is great, but talking about it when you say it is great, suddenly you've shifted sides. But you can specifically point out issues that people have pointed out, either about it not working, or it not paying enough of the bill, or it working for some people and it is not, without sounding like you have shifted camps within 1 minute of a conversation.
Mama asked a question. Who are the people who propagate this foreign against narrative? Who is it? Because essentially you're killing honest conversation.
Yes.
Because what we've just described is a false conversation. How can it be that you're either for or against?
Yeah.
For heaven's sake, this entire process has to have nuances. It can't be that it's if you say anything slightly critical of so and so, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah.
What? That narrative has been with us for the longest time. And one saw it with key political leaders who were known to be kingpins in certain regions. You dare
question them.
Dare open your mouth.
Dare
even question them. You dare open your mouth, and there's
if that is a narrative among kingpins in the regions that we have, why then do we find it surprising if we see it playing out on the national? How?
But you see what's critical, Ndu, is our political class keep forgetting that Shashif, that university funding model, whatever it is ours. You know, it's fundamental to remember, if I buy my car, right, and I say my car does not turn left well, you cannot come and say, as the manufacturer of the car, that I am mistreating you, because Shashif is ours. It is mine. The university funding model is mine. I pay taxes in this country. It is mine. Therefore, how do you criticize me or think of me antagonistic when I want the thing that is mine to be better?
And I keep going to that point that, you know what, I think, first of all, those who feel that, you know, the criticism is attacking them as personalities must also realize this very thing that you're saying. Kenyans want it to be better. Kenyans are literally willing you to do it. I don't think that if you did a turnaround and actually started to make things work in the manner in which they ought to, that Kenyans wouldn't egg you on and say, you know what, actually, yes, this is what we want.
They would.
They want you to do better.
They would.
I want to tell you this story, even as time winds down. This is a DCI speaking. Because the questions are, okay, so what's the DCI doing, right? Here's what we found out about the Mlolongo missing man. Investigation into the abduction of 4 men from Mlolongo last December has taken a new twist, after it emerged that one of the 2 missing was in possession of multiple mobile phone lines not registered in his name. Following the developments, the investigations team headed by Director of Criminal Investigations Deputy Director in charge of investigations, Paul Washira, has summoned 4 men whose identity cards were used to register the 4 numbers linked to the missing abductee Kalani Mwema. Mwema went missing in December with his friends. For nearly 40 days, their families have been looking for them in vain. Mutumwa's body has since been found at the Nairobi funeral home, formerly City Mortuary, with investigations underway to establish the circumstances behind his death. Detectives said that they had blown the cases of the abductees open. They've blown them, open. Okay. With a view of establishing...
Just hold on. Please describe to me what blowing it open means.
Boom! They've everything concerning the cases they've opened, and they found SIM cards registered. They found 4 people who were... Boom! Blown. Kadush. Don't ask me questions. I can't.
You see, there's a problem with English in this country. Sometimes people use words whose effective meaning is 0.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, because what does it mean?
Are there words that don't have meaning?
When I tell you I've blown it open, what do you think?
You've destroyed it.
It's not an idiom.
Yes. Look at it this way. Sometimes you have to figure out what they mean, not what they've said. Okay? This language is foreign after all. We must give allowances for somebody to not quite saying what they mean. So we have to look for the meaning. But the truth is, the conversations that we have on the subjects about the welfare of the citizens of this country have to be an honest conversation.
Indeed.
It may not be pleasant for some people who hear it, but it's simply an honest conversation, because that is how you move forward as a nation. If you cannot have an honest conversation, you will be on the same spot, stomping on the same spot and telling yourself you're moving. And in reality, you're not going anywhere.
Indeed.
And I will sing the song that there's something between citizens and government that must always exist. It's called positive tension. By positive tension, I mean that the demands of the people are demanding that the government does better. So it means that if you listen to the people, then whatever you're doing is added value. Positive tension is important.
All right, we get into a session of Lest We Forget, conversation that we'll have with you this morning, and we'll do that. Good morning, it's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga. The families of two young men, Stephen Mbisi and Karani Mwema, who were allegedly abducted in Lolongo last December, are now unsure whether they'll be found alive. The family's lawyer, Dan Manzo, has been complaining about the condition of city mortuary staff who are allegedly harassing the family members despite asking them to come to the morgue to identify the bodies. The families of Mbisi and Karani are expected to return to the morgue today to check if their relatives are there after their colleagues were found dead last week.
Tambua tukuje saa 4 tukuje kuonyeshwa zile mili identified, tuone kama tunaweza kufahamu mtu wetu, lakini kufikia sasa hakuna kitu imeendelea, tuko tu.
I want to go on record so the country may know that actually there is a body that was brought here and it's on the record alongside the body tagged 2390. There is a body tagged 2360, which even the morgue operators are unable to say where that body is.
On Thursday last week, the bodies of Martin Mwao and Justice Mutumwa, young men who were reportedly abducted by people believed to be police officers in Lolongo, were found at the Nairobi city mortuary. Meanwhile, Environment Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale has downplayed criticism of President William Ruto's administration of arising cases of abductions and extrajudicial killings, shifting blame to the previous regime. Speaking during an interview with a local TV station, Duale defended the government's record, arguing that enforced disappearances were far worse under former leadership. Duale insisted that President Ruto does not condone abductions and that the government is committed to address the issue.
42 you people showed on TV in Rivayala. I can tell you, take a camera, walk in Mombasa, walk in Garissa, walk in Mandera, walk in Marsabit, walk in any city in this city. Ask them, those who lost their loved ones during the last administration, to come out. They will feel Hurupak. I'm not justifying what's happening now. And that's why the president has been very, very firm.
His remarks come as Public Service Cabinet Secretary Justin Muturi continues to criticize the government's handling of the growing insecurity crisis. Muturi, a former Attorney General, has warned that the ongoing abductions and killings are severely damaging the country's reputation and urged President Ruto to take decisive action. Opposition leaders are now claiming that the Kenya Kwanza government has lost direction and caused Kenyans a lot of anxiety. Led by Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka, they've accused the government of implementing bad policies that seem to be oppressing Kenyans. For his part, DAPK leader Eugene Wamalwa has accused the government of worrying Kenyans with a high cost of living and pursuing unnecessary programs.
The only way to end this ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba yule ambaye alipewa mamlaka kuongoza nchi hii na ni dereva amepeleka gari kwa mtaro, alishukisha yule makanga wake anaitwa Gachagua. Lakini tangu huyo Gachagua, huyo makanga ashukishwe, maisha yenu imebadilika kweli? Kuna pesa imeingia mfukoni mwenu sababu Gachagua alitolewa? Tunasema sio tu makanga, dereva ndio amepeleka gari la Kenya kwenye mtaro. Gari hili kurudishwa barabarani, Kenya iende mbele, Ruto must.
Jubilee Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni has claimed that the government, compared to the previous one, lacks direction, stressing the need for President Ruto to be removed from power in order to save the nation.
Hii kitu ya Ruto, vision yake ni nini? Hata ukiuliza watoto wa shule, wakwambie vision yake ni gani? Na Biblia inasema kama serikali ama nchi haina maono, inatokomea. A country without a vision will perish. And that is why we are having a problem as a country, kwa sababu we have visionless people at the top. Kuanzia hii UDA yote, and I really want those people in UDA also, wakati ya kutoka huko ndani utoke kwa UDA umefika. Don't wait for too long. I think the agreement they entered with ANC opens a window for anybody to move out of UDA and go anywhere else he wants.
That's the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
All right, a quick look at what's happening with traffic this morning. It's also starting to get pretty busy on Gong Road as you're coming into the city. It's busy on Naivasha Road, and there's bumper-to-bumper action as you're getting towards Gong Road this morning. And also on the other side of it, Jogo Road is pretty busy. Kangunda Road was busy, and there's a thicker superhighway with traffic coming in all the way from that Roiro interchange, and it's going to come through then towards Kahawa Sukari, out towards Kasarani, Clay City, that whole area, and then finding its way past the Allsops Junction. It's bumper to bumper through and through into the CBD this morning. On Limuru Road, very busy as well, and there's traffic coming off of Waiaki Way, but you're not stuck, not yet at least. It's just starting out this Monday morning. Also, let's take a look at what's coming off just of James Gishuru as you then get into that part of the city. We're okay for now, but it's likely to find its way round towards Limuru Road and then come out towards Parklands with some traffic this morning, so it is busy. We started off Monday morning very busy today. Let's have a look at what it looks like as we get into traffic hour proper in about half an hour, and you talk to us about what's going on where you are in an attempt to keep things moving this morning. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Some days just have you feeling, you know the ones. Very few aha moments. Just moments. Maybe even a few Because how can a day this good feel so meh? But then, you realize your moment of escape is a cup of indulgence away. Delamere.
Get lost in rich, creamy, flavorful bliss with every spoonful of Delamere real fruit yogurt. Indulge in the
Are you a young person looking to unlock your potential? Are you ready to take the future in your hands? If so, then listen up. KCB to Jejiri is the plan. It's designed to empower young people like you, develop skills and knowledge you need to succeed in life. KCB to Jejiri combines vocational skills training, business development training, access to finance and business mentorship, preparing youth for jobs, entrepreneurship and wealth creation. Don't be left out. Visit kcbgroup.com/foundation to learn more.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
It's 8 after 7 o'clock and good morning on this 3rd of February. Welcome to the first of Kenya's biggest conversations in the month of February. We're very glad to have you here and thank you for keeping as part of Kenya's biggest conversation as we get into a number of those this hour. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook and on X, and we thank you for being here this morning, and we welcome our audience on KTN. It's Ndu, CT and Mark with you this morning, and as we get into conversations that are necessary to have here in the nation, around the region and indeed across the world. As we do that today, we're getting into a number of things that we need to remind you about. So folks have talked to us about, the mortgage uptake in the country is very low. There are people who are not taking up enough to secure yourself for the future. Well, the folks at Diamond Trust Bank have said, you know what, guys, we can make this work for you. CT, how do you get your own home today?
Well, one of the things that is certain about owning a home is that for most people it's a daunting task. You think of all the monies that are involved once you know the cost of what it is you want, and you look at it against all the commitments you already have financially, and you wonder, how on earth am I ever going to be able to afford this when already I am financially stretched completely? Now, Diamond Trust Bank tells you, look, we understand all this, and we're trying to be honest with you. We do have a mortgage plan that you need to consider, and consider it seriously. So if we're to talk numbers, we're saying we are offering up to 105. Let me repeat it in case you think I have misquoted it. 105% financing for salaried customers. the solutions that we offer, not only for salaried customers, but this one, let's start with salaried customers. It means that you can cover legal fees and stamp duty, business and diaspora customers. What about them? Diaspora customers get 80% financing. The 80% financing with tailored payment plans that suit your income. So if you're earning X, your payment will be WX. If you're earning Y, it'll be YX. And so forth and so forth. Now the interest rates range from 9% of up to 10 years, if that is the payment period, 9.75 up to 25 years. Plus there is now, really this is now what is the best part. If you want to prepay, there are institutions that when you prepay, they more or less have a penalty. There are no extra charges. If you come across some money and you want to finish these payments quickly, you are able to do so. Now, we're talking about an interesting situation, a proposition. You're talking about home ownership on your terms. Something you can talk, discuss, look at what you have, and you have experts who will walk you through all this and help you understand how it is you can go about it. There are no hidden charges. There are no surprises. Okay? Now, you simply need to visit your nearest DTB branch or email mortgage@dtbafrica.com. That way you get started today.
Indeed. And let me tell you now about a payment platform which just makes life so much easier. So you think about the business struggle, you think about solutions to running a business here in Kenya. And, you know, especially when you're working across borders, it can be a real headache, right? Sometimes slow payments, high fees, and you're sometimes worrying about, okay, so how can we be sure that the exchange rate today will be favorable for me? It can feel like you're issuing and losing money every time you make a transaction. So now that's where Virto FX comes in. With Virto, you get faster, cheaper cross-border payments, and you don't even have to worry about hidden fees or delays. Whether you're paying international suppliers, whether you're managing your treasury or handling payments for your current and your clients globally, Virto has you covered. It gives you the tools to send and receive money across 190 countries in 49 currencies with competitive exchange rates that actually save you money. You get all this plus the added peace of mind and a secure CBK approved platform. I know you want to know more about it. All you need to do is click on www.virtofx.com and sign up now to give yourself peace of mind when you get into these payments. Okay, so we're getting into a conversation this hour, and just before we do that, CT, will you remind us about today's proverb?
Yes, I will. Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Djibouti. In dancing with the enemy, that is if you're someone who has chosen to dance with the enemy, one follows his footsteps, even if counting under one's breath. 1, 2, 2, 1, 3, 4. And that's counting.
Your plan for implementation must be calculated.
Yes, and you must give it thought. Yes.
And I like you know what I've just thought about? Under your breath. Because there are times where you need to make sure your enemy does not know you're counting the steps. Yeah.
That's why it's under your breath.
Yes.
There you go.
Not useful. 1, 2.
We can hear you. Essentially.
Especially if the enemy is close at home.
Yes.
You have to make sure your moves are very silent.
Because when you're dancing with somebody, the assumption is that you're within close proximity of one another.
Exactly.
All right. There are many things that are happening in the country. There are many conversations that are being had. And I think that we do this every week where we say that there's many things that we then need to remember. Lest we forget is something that we will do every week to remind ourselves about current situations, to remind ourselves about things that were said, to remind ourselves indeed about promises that were made that need to actually be fulfilled, or current situations which we are in that we should not forget about in a current, for example, political hullabaloo when things are happening and people are already thinking about 2027. And so here we are saying you're thinking about 2027, which is a good thing. You're thinking about how you should, put yourself up to be able to lead the nation in the next political sphere. But lest we forget, there are many things that are happening in the country today that need to be given attention. Lest we forget, there are certain promises that were made. And I just want to give you a bit of an overview of some of those things. Now, there is what is called a promises dashboard. A total of 45 promises were made when this government came into place. One of them have not started. Ongoing are 20, stalled are 1, modified are 0, completed are 7, broken are 16. When we look at some of those things, let's talk about what has been done. Lest we forget, doesn't mean that we are just going to say that everything is terrible.
Yes.
Lest we forget, it was said that there would be the establishment of a women's rights agency in the office of the president. That has been completed. Return port operations to Mombasa. That has been completed. Responsibilities to Deputy President and Prime Cabinet Secretary. That has been completed. The Hustler Fund has been established. Financial Independent Police Service Commission. Financially Independent Police Service Commission. That has been completed. Appointment of judges. That has been completed. A Ministry of Diaspora Affairs. That has been completed. What is ongoing? Waiver on licenses and fees.
Because those are many. Can we at least comment on them?
Yes, you can. Just give me a minute. Let me just do an overview, okay?
No,
and then we'll come back.
The overview now, we'll forget the good things.
No, you won't, because I will come back, okay?
Fort Knox.
So, let's talk about ongoing. Waiver on licenses and fees for new PWD businesses. Affordable finance for MSMEs. Ongoing. Review of remuneration and terms of service for all officers in the security sector. Ongoing. Remuneration and terms of service for all officers. Ongoing. Benevolent fund for families of fallen and terminally ill officers. Ongoing. There are many that are ongoing. There are also many that were broken. Well, there's one that has not started. Market stalls allocation to persons living with disabilities. So let's start there. I will remind you of the ones that have been done, lest we forget. Number 1, establish Women Rights Agency in the office of the president. This has been completed. Do you have a problem with this? No. Okay, good. Return port operations to Mombasa. This has been completed. CT, do you have a problem with this?
I have a problem with the concept. When you say returning to Mombasa, where had it gone to?
It was going to Naivasha.
We were to have an inland port.
There was going to be an inland port at Naivasha, and all goods were going to be at the dry port.
An inland port, does that mean that you have now taken away the functions of the seaside port? I mean,
you know what happened is there was a lot of misunderstanding as to what a dry port meant and what it was supposed to do. One, it was supposed to increase efficiency for the port. Number 2, it was supposed to bring the port's industrial complex not just to be in Mombasa, but also share it with the people in Nakuru County at large and its environs. But the understanding was at the time that the port and all its operations should stay in Mombasa, therefore meaning that the resources therewith should stay in Mombasa. I personally do not think that it was quite a good idea just to keep it in Mombasa, because Tanzania has modernized its port, but Kenya still handles the bulk of Tanzanian goods, simply because what is done in 2 days in Kenya takes a month in Tanzania. Literally, I am not joking. This is a quote direct from the Deputy Director of the Central Bank of Tanzania. So they still get things from Kenya. So the dry port was supposed to be able to fasten that process so that in terms of being able to compete regionally, we become top notch.
We can't also take away from this, we can't forget that one of the reasons as to why operations were returned to Mombasa, because there was an outcry of the businessmen and women who had dealt with port operations for very long.
Yes.
And so that was also a buffering for their businesses. So port moved back to Mombasa, that was sorted. Yes? Yes.
No.
You're not happy?
No, I'm not happy. That whole thing is misrepresented, because the issues around the port wasn't just about Naivasha. No. There was the issue of the transportation of goods from Mombasa.
The trucks from Mombasa to the rest of the country?
Yes. And there was the issue of what's the railway line called?
SGR.
Yes, SGR being given
a big issue.
Being given the first option to transport goods. The conversation wasn't linear. It is not as though it was 1 + 1 = 2.
Yes.
There were very many things that were involved in it. So because if someone says that the port has now moved to Mombasa, so what do you mean?
Okay.
So Naivasha has stopped functioning. Or are we saying that the centers within Nairobi that handled goods no longer handle goods? Kenya Ports Authority has always had centers. It didn't start with the previous government. There were centers where goods could be offloaded and loaded within Nairobi. Similar in Kisumu. Okay? So this whole mix-up brought about the question of what exactly is the Uhuru government seeking to actually do. Because what that move did was it cost very many people who derived their livelihood from transportation. All those lorries that were plying the road, suddenly people did not have jobs. Suddenly the economy in Mombasa that depended on these things went topsy-turvy. So when you say that it has been returned, are we saying that all these things that went awry have now been rectified and the problems no longer exist?
Or are we dealing with a very basic fundamental saying that, you know what, where they were saying that all of the operations that currently happen in Mombasa would then happen in Naivasha, and very simply we're saying that was reversed. It's not happening in Naivasha, it still continues to happen in Mombasa.
But the question is, just by saying that, you want to tell me that, and I'm sorry for the people of Mombasa, do not take this personally, that there is something good about it being in Mombasa and not something good with the people of Naivasha having the same opportunity.
I don't think it had anything to do with that. I think I don't think so. I don't think it didn't have anything to do with the people itself.
No.
It was that people wanted to preserve how they've been doing businesses for 20 years.
But that's the thing. You need to learn the lesson from Kodak. You either evolve or you die. That is the nature of business. It is important for the maintenance of our road networks, for as much of our goods to be transported over railway. And I know this is the unpopular opinion. It is critical for the efficiency of how we distribute goods that the port of Mombasa does not shut down, but it has other places where this work can be done and we become faster and more efficient.
Naivasha has a lake. It is not an international port.
No, it was supposed to be on transmission.
I am being facetious deliberately.
Yes, indeed.
Deliberately. Because you are suggesting that by creating Naivasha, more efficiency would then come into being. So what was the inefficiency of Mombasa doing what it was doing to begin with? What was this sorting out? What was this thing that was being rectified? And when you talk about the road network, if you build substandard roads,
how do you expect
them to survive
from one place to another, then suddenly, magically, that you're going to have efficiency and you've not put in all the elements to guarantee that efficiency along the way?
You see, there's one thing that I think we are missing here. You do not build infrastructure simply because things are bad. Sometimes you build infrastructure because you want to make things better.
Okay. Yes. But Mark, the better was what exactly?
The better was very simple. Number one, we need to remember that we've got a lot of goods coming out of the special economic zones that we have out there towards Naivasha, some in Nairobi, etc. So also talking about the ease of transporting these things out of this place to Mombasa, facing the external markets. You also have the fact that we have to service Uganda, Congo, Tanzania,
and it's easier to do it from Naivasha.
It's logically easier to do it from Naivasha because city. Let me finish. First, let's start here. Every road towards Tanzania, towards Uganda, towards Congo has to pass through Naivasha. Correct? It has to pass through somewhere within Nakuru County. There is nothing wrong with distributing those goods from Naivasha. And what you do is that you're not stopping Mombasa operations.
Okay.
You're just distributing the pie.
Now, in this case, when we talk about the promise that was made by government, we have to realize that there were certain things that were taken into consideration. Number one was the outcry of businessmen and women, again, who had been there for the longest time. And they're saying, okay, so now when you do this, you're taking away. So the government, in this case, took into consideration those cries. And in that case, I guess you could say it was a people-centered decision. And they said, okay, fine. In this moment, let's return things so that we can have this transport going. They were not thinking about the efficiency or the ease of doing business on the other side. So can we say that what they said they would do in that instance, they did? Yes.
Yes, that we're not disagreeing. We're just
so now
talking about the philosophy behind it and being facetious.
Let me take you to the next one. Responsibilities to Deputy President and Prime Cabinet Secretary. That those responsibilities were now actually given to the Deputy President. You're able now to do 1, 2, 3, and the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Universal Lord, was now given duties to fulfill. Government did, yes? Tick?
Yes.
Okay. CT? Responsibilities were given to the Deputy President and the Prime Cabinet Secretary, so now you have a job to do. This is one of the things that they said they would do, and they actually
They always had a job to do. I don't know what the big hoo-ha is.
Okay.
So, if they continued having a job, then tick.
Okay.
Yes.
The Hustler Fund, they had said, tutafanya, everything, walifanya. Hustler Fund was established.
Yes,
whether or not it was established, was
Yes,
it not?
it was established.
So lest we forget, they had said that we are going to put together a fund where people will then be able to borrow money, you pay it back, and a percentage of what you're paying will essentially go into a savings for you in the future. Done?
Okay, question. Sorry. Where's the Hustler Fund headquarters?
At Hustler Plaza.
Did you not hear that when you were dancing with your enemy, you counted the steps under your breath?
But I'm not. It's not my enemy. We just agree.
You see,
that asking questions is good for this country.
Yes, you're talking about the establishment of the Hustler Fund.
You know, there's a difference between distribution and establishment.
Yes, and you're talking about what we know should be wheretofores in creating such a fund. And you're asking if all the boxes were ticked regarding this. Let's say they are being ticked as we move along, shall we?
So maybe there will be an establishment futurely, but Hustler Fund equal. Bas.
Yeah.
Okay. We continue. Now, lest we forget that there would be a financially independent police service commission. It is said it is completed. Lest we forget, it was said that this would be done, and now today, Police Service Commission established, financially independent.
That one is 100% done, and honestly, it's one of the best things that was done because police independence away from the executive is so critical, and financial independence is a key factor in that. What we now need to see is the betterment of policemen lives, better recruiting, etc. But 100% to the government, that was well done.
Kudos, well done, chapeau. Appointment of judges, I think that was done on the first day. This was one of the things that nikiweka Biblia chini, nitamaliza hii na hii. I believe that when we left Kasarani, I say we as though I was in the motorcade, but don't worry. By the time we left Kasarani and went back to State House, that was the next thing that we did. It was on the same day.
It was done.
Inauguration day, it was done. Those judges that everybody was saying, will we be appointed? Lands and Environment Court needed somebody. Labor Relations Court needed somebody. They were sworn in and they started work.
And we saw.
And we saw, and they signed, and they said, I do solemnly swear.
And we see them working today, yes.
Abi, very good. Ministry for Diaspora Affairs, we saw that established, and the diaspora now is having conversations. There's even a
Ministry or a department?
Ministry.
No, department.
Ministry. Okay, so Department of Foreign Affairs.
Is named that.
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Under that is Diaspora Affairs, for whom we have a PS who is Rosalind Jogu, that has been brought in, and it's actually doing fantastic work.
It was done.
In fact, I must shout out the PS Rosalind Jogu for I reached out to her, and she actually helped a friend of mine who was in Lebanon. So it is not only working, but I can tell you the staff were responsive. They sent emails, they coordinated with the embassies to be able to help my friend. So shout out to that particular department, and I think it is a very critical need in this country.
Bas. Now, I'm happy to tell you, lest we forget, that those are the things that they said they would do, and they've actually done. Sawa, are you okay?
Totally.
This has nothing to do with my being okay. You just keep reading.
Now, ongoing projects. Number one, the waiver of licenses and fees for new persons with disabilities businesses. They said that this is going to happen. You can't really comment on it until you're actually seeing it done, but let me just tell you, and we can just go through it. Remuneration and terms of service for all officers. Benevolent fund for families of fallen and terminally ill officers. That also was being taken into consideration. Now, this one is ongoing, and this is front and center of some of the conversations that we've been having over the last couple of weeks, and it's splashed along across the headlines of today's papers. Do you want to know what it is? That there is an ongoing governance conversation on the implementation of ending extrajudicial executions. It's ongoing today. There's something happening as concerns that was one of the things that they promised, that they said we will bring an end to extrajudicial executions, and that is ongoing. So in case you're wondering, lest we forget, in case you're wondering about what is going to be done when it concerns people, Kenyans, who have been abducted, who have been disappeared, and then sadly turn up dead, like we've seen in the last couple of days, that the promise from government is to make sure that this is a thing of the past. So it is an ongoing thing. You will see this come to an end. This is what we've been told it will happen. Are you okay with that?
You said we are dancing.
No, now they said that it's happening.
Yes.
So lest we forget, the current administration, as they were making promises, said that we will bring an end to extrajudicial executions. So now that we see those executions happening, because they're happening, the most recently, two bodies right now lying in the Nairobi funeral home. But it's being worked on.
But you see, the importance of CT's statement today is you must count the steps under your
breath.
Good.
Okay. So we wait. Okay. Transfer of functions to counties. In December last year, all governors were called to State House, and there are certain things that were said by the president to governors. And one of the things that he said is, these things have been waiting for them to move from national government to county. What are we waiting for? That essentially in the new year, this now, the one that's coming, for which budget started in September, that we're going to make sure that these functions are transferred to you. Now, we also know that in the county system, that what follows the function? Cash follows the function. So in order for that function to actually be fully put in the hands of the counties, what needs to leave the national government in order for that to happen? Money. So in this case, what we are saying is that if truly the function will leave national government to the counties, we also need to see the flow of cash going to the counties. Now, we were taught, there were certain things, agriculture, we talked about health. The president spoke to the 47 governors and said this is going to happen in next year. But the question is, who then is responsible to ensure that these county functions actually are released from the national government? It is rested where? Who needs to come out and say, okay, we've seen that this has been announced from president, but who needs to implement that thing to make sure that it happens? Parliament.
One of the things we need to do, we actually need to get someone on BC to explain what functions exactly are moving, because I think the budget document is going to be ready later this month, and be able to see actually how much money is going down to counties to be able to do those functions.
I have a problem though. I have a problem.
What's wrong?
The county governments have not held a very good account of the monies they receive even as we speak. What are they going to do with more? They should get more. But what are they going to do with it? If what they have gotten, what we hear mostly are problems that arise from their audited accounts, questions that arise, officials being held to book because funds have gone where they were not supposed to go. We constantly hear this. And when you look at the development records of most counties, they'll talk about, money delaying. Okay, it delays. And then when it comes, what then do you do? Because it eventually comes. Because it is spoken of as though the delay is guarantee that it's just delayed indefinitely. Yeah. No, it's not delayed indefinitely. The money eventually comes in.
By the end of each financial year,
yes,
all of the monies have been received. Yes.
So, can the county governments and the governors and the people who manage the counties give a good account for the money that they have? Because if they are not able to give a good account of the money they have, why should they be given more?
You know,
that's a question.
Let me make you guys laugh. You remember when counties were new, there was certainly an uptake of ambulances. Do you remember? Do you know why governors bought more ambulances and built less hospitals? Because ambulances were walking billboards.
Yeah, because
you could see
yeah.
county government of this. So at the end of the day, and City is making a very solid point. One of the reasons we had issues with counties hiring doctors is because it was cheaper to buy an ambulance and campaign with it than actually invest in doctors who no one is going to see, quote unquote, so that you can campaign again. So it's not just an issue of corruption, it's also an issue of how they view the political movements they need to make vis-a-vis their budget.
Okay, we're going to take a break. We're looking at many things that have been said in the country, lest we forget. Certain promises have been made, and we also must not forget that some of those have actually been delivered on, and we're looking at some more of those. But even as we go to the break, I want to say, lest we forget, we have passed the 31st of January 2025, the date that the National Treasury was telling us that capitation would be sent to schools. Lest we forget, there's still bugs in a health system that we were told you would be able to be foolproof by the time it is established on the 1st of October 2024, I beg your pardon. Lest we forget, in this country, there are still very many places where schools are dilapidated. Lest we forget, there are very many places where people cannot get a clean cup of drinking water. Lest we forget, you live in Kenya and you have a voice, use it. It's 24 minutes to 8 o'clock. We'll be back after this.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, highs of 26 and lows of 15. It's 14 and sunny in Nakuru, highs of 28. And we'll see highs of 28 in a mostly sunny Nyeri at 14. It's 11 and sunny in Eldoret with highs of 26. And we're looking into a partly sunny, cloudy Mombasa at 25 with highs of 32. And we'll see highs of 31 in a partly sunny Malindi at 26. Into Kisumu at 18, it's sunny, highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 32 in a partly sunny Kakamega at 15. It's 18 and sunny in Kampala, highs of 29, and we'll see sunny conditions going to highs of 31 in Dar es Salaam. 19 degrees and cloudy in Johannesburg, highs of 27, and it's 25 and sunny in Mogadishu, going to highs of 31. 11 degrees and sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 24. Lagos is cloudy at 26 with highs of 33, while Kinshasa at 24 is cloudy going to highs of 33 and lows of 24. Is epic, and some of that is going to come out and touch on Langata Road this morning. Very, very busy. And then we're going to get out towards Langata Road, through towards Barracks, and then onto the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. Traffic there doing its thing already. So if you're stuck there, hang on. You'll be out of that soon enough. Ngong Road is busy as you get towards the city, and some of that traffic also is coming in from Raila Odinga Way, which takes it off Langata Road. But then we're all going to find our way pushing it along into the CBD. It's busy on Jogo Road this morning as you get out towards Landis. Not too bad coming off Landis, because you know what they did. They took all the hawkers away. So there's not much traffic there. So there's a yay point. Kangunda Road is busy. In and outbound traffic, just as you touch on Outer Ring, and the Thika Superhighway is giving it thick this morning, bumper to bumper, through and through. You're going to have to wait out this one. Kiambu Road also busy, and Limuru Road coming off of the other side when you come off of Thigiri Ridge, Gigiri coming out towards Parklands, busy. We are in traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we navigate it, and we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Lest we forget, at 21 minutes to 8 o'clock, there are many things that was said would be done. Some of them are ongoing. I want to remind you, first of all, that 1 million people are put into the job market every year. And sadly, some of them don't have the skills or, the connects that they need to either enter into business or to start a job. So the KCB Foundation, under the 2GRG program, said, you know what, let's step in and help. What are we going to do? We're going to put you through a 6-month training program. You're going to get the skills that you need in basic engineering, construction, beauty and design, photography, whatever your fancy might be. And then after that, we're going to make sure we give you a toolkit that's going to put you into the market to ensure that you can now make the connect with business, or that we can set you up with one of the partners across the counties so that you can get a job. There are too many people who come into the job market unskilled and don't have the right connections that they need. So under the 2GRG program, over 150,000 young people between the ages of 18 and 35 have already been helped, and you can too today. What do you need to do? You need to log on to www.kcbgroup.com/foundation to find out how you can be part of this program too. All right, lest we forget, this morning is a session that we've been having, talking about some of the things that have been established in the country, and we looked at some things that have been completed. Did you know, lest we forget, that they said we're going to reduce fuel prices, and that is currently going on. By our own admittance this morning, we've seen, fuel has dropped by about 8 shillings, has it not?
Yes,
it has. They also told us that, and this is one, I love it, that they're going to reduce the price of cooking flour, unga. Yeah, that has reduced, no?
Yes,
it has.
Yes, it has.
Over, some say up to 100 shillings, yes.
Up to 100 shillings. Yes. So that's something that we can see, and they still say that it is in progress. It will still continue to reduce. Remuneration in terms of service for all officers, that is being looked into, they say, so that's a work in progress. Diaspora issues, we've seen those being sorted out. Judiciary fund, also working. Implementation of the 2/3 gender rule.
Tricky.
Very tricky. This might take 100 years. For as far as I'm concerned, it's been 20 already.
I hold the very controversial opinion that we should scrape that law from our books. Now, not because it is a bad thing. Do not get me wrong. Please don't tweet me and say I'm against gender balance.
You will be tweeted, but yes. Say what you're going to say.
What I was going to say is very simple. The way it's structured in our constitution is not implementable without messing with democracy, especially in legislative representation.
Explain, please.
There is no way that you can guarantee that the genders that run for office are going to be 50-50. You cannot say that we are going to say a certain constituency is going to have females and a certain constituency is going to have males. The only way you can do that is if you go the South African system, where you don't vote for an MP, you vote for a party, and the party has to have a party list. So at the end of the day, what is going to be extremely difficult is to find a democratic way of making sure gender balance happens in parliament. Now, in the rest of the places where you're talking about, where it's appointments, PSS, CSS, chairmen of boards and board members, it's absolutely doable, and it should be done as quickly as possible. But legislatively, it's a very difficult thing to do.
The South African model that you mentioned, surely the members of parliament are elected like any other members of parliament elsewhere.
They're not elected directly. So the South African system is a party system. So what happens if there are 300 MPs, each party lists down 300 MPs before the election, starting in priority. So the first one, second, third.
No, yes, like explain. That. When you list MPs, you mean you decide for the people who's going to represent them?
Yeah. So the people choose which party will represent them. The party chooses who it will take to parliament to represent the people.
Repeat that again.
So the people vote for a party.
Yes.
So when you're going to vote, if it was in Kenya, you vote UDA, you vote Jubilee, you vote ODM. If UDA gets 50%, then 50% of their 300 list go to parliament. What does that guarantee? That you can make sure there is a right mix of youth, right mix of women, and right mix of men. If Jubilee gets 25%, then you get 25 of your 300 members, the top 25%, they go into parliament.
that also gives the advantage of party loyalty, because then the party can replace you on that list at any time should you violate the conditions of their party. But in Kenya, where we have a free direct democracy to choose who you want to represent, you cannot lock a constituency and say this will be for a youth, and then lock another constituency and say this will be for a lady, and then say this will be for someone living with disability. It's not going to work. So we will be stuck here. We will keep having a legislature that is unconstitutional, and we cannot find a way democratically to ensure that it happens. So one of the things that we need to do either is we change how our parliamentary system is done, or face the reality that the way we've structured our democracy, very unpopular opinion,
is not working. Okay, well, definitely one to look at.
And my Twitter handle is at Mike Bichachi.
Affordable finance for MSMEs is another one that is being worked on. Park that. Return Kenya to international football is ongoing. Okay, lest you forget, that was actually a promise that was made. Making assistive devices affordable, and this is again for folks who persons with disabilities. Enforcement of spousal consent in land transactions, and equipping the Attorney General's office. However you want to look at equipping the Attorney General's office, I'm not quite sure, but okay. That is, lest you forget, things that we were told would be done. Now, sadly, even when we look at promises, there will be some that will be kept. There will be some that would, still being worked on. And then, unfortunately, there are some that will be broken. Increased LPO finances to persons with disability, that hasn't happened. Affordable housing mortgages, civil servants and police. I don't know if that's happening.
Let's call it work in progress.
Okay. Free internet and calls. There's free internet in some places. Is there not? And free calls? Okay, it was a promise that was made. It was very clear, and it was said, lest we forget, that we will get to a place whereby you would be able to get onto the internet and not have to pay for it, and also be able to make calls. I call UCT in the middle of the day and I don't have to pay for it. Has not happened.
I'm not sure that's actually a good thing.
That what, we can make free calls? Or
yes, and free internet. I'm not so sure that it's a good thing. No.
Okay.
If you're talking about specific places like schools, it makes perfect sense. If you're talking about public spaces, say like a library, it makes perfect sense. If you're talking about it, say like the railway station, again, it makes sense. But then, when we read the story today on page 6 of the Standard, where there's talk about how a database was breached, when you sort of like log into that free Wi-Fi in the public space, do you know who else then has access to you? You think you're the one who has access. Do you know who else within that environment has access? It is fraught with so many issues. The idea and the thinking behind it was to enable Kenyans to be able to be in the 21st century effectively. That's why I said, perhaps if we could be told as to the specific places where this is supposed to happen, let's say you go to government offices, you'll get free Wi-Fi because you need to transact, that sort of thing, it would make perfect sense. Okay? But free internet throughout the country, that's a tall order.
In fact, it is nearly an impossibility, simply because government does not produce and supply the internet itself. I think that was modified, because remember there was a time the president was pushing for ICT centers across different actually it was supposed to be wards, and what needs to happen is young people who are looking for online jobs, etc should
not have to have the internet as a hindrance to them being able to access jobs. So if there was a place that is a kilometer or two away from you where you can go and do your online job, whether it's online writing, research, etc., data entry, then that was supposed to be something that was supposed to be boosted. And I think that is something that is quite doable for the government, and it won't be too expensive. But for everyone, everywhere, all the time, especially given the amount of data that people use, and it varies. So someone is watching a movie, the other one wants to send a WhatsApp message, another one wants to send an email. It would be too bulky.
Do you think that when these promises are made, because now this is where we come to kind of like, rounding out this entire conversation, because lest we forget is where we remind ourselves about certain things and where we are as a nation. When these promises are being made, is it just political euphoria that is felt at that time to say, let me say I can say this because, when I get there, I'll be able to sort it out. But let me tell you something that I know you want to hear, that I know you would be excited about, and that would give me the impetus essentially to vote you in. Why would you say something having not taken into consideration the data and the information that you need to be able to establish that thing when you are making the promise?
Do all that consideration is taken into account. There is the nature of our politics and the nature of politics the world over, and the role that promises play in electioneering. At the time when you say so, there are people who actually told you how it will be done. And you're not speaking from a blank slate. You have a very clear idea of what it is you want to do. Then there's the reality of what actually happens when you are in power. There are realities you could not possibly have known of until you're actually sitting on that seat. When that seat of power is now yours, that's when you realize the number of things you need to juggle. Some of these things are not going to work out the way you thought they would.
Yeah. And then, there's one thing also that I think we need to give some leeway to politicians. Sometimes you think you have a good idea until you sit on the driver's seat, and then you find that there's a better idea. And that is also some leeway that we need to give them, because look at Trump. Trump has flip-flopped on this funding thing 3 times in the last 1 week. And I must agree with him that he's found that some of these things are critical, and he is able to change his mind. So it is not a bad thing to change your mind.
Your mind, okay.
Yeah. Do remember, when you talk about promises that are made, okay, there is no political leader in this country who has not made some promise at one point or the other. Some have even started it, and their term came to an end before they completed it.
Raila promised us Canaan. We don't even know the directions yet.
How do you spell it exactly?
K-A-N-A-N. The K for Kenya.
You see, the thing about promises is not the promise or the promise in itself. It is the ability to have an honest conversation with your citizens.
Yep.
That honest conversation often means saying, look, I said I was going to do this. This thing is not going to work out the way I thought. What we're going to now do is this. That opportunity is always there. But if you feel that to sort out the problem of a promise that was made involves making another promise, then you've actually lost your way. Because it doesn't work that way. You're compounding a problem that could easily have been resolved. You only need to look at the lives that we live on a daily basis. How many things do we plan that we're going to do? And we even know what we're going to do. And then something turns out. You have a budget and you know the money you're going to get. Then the money comes in and suddenly the math isn't adding up. And it's you and you budgeted. There are realities that we must face, and this can only be faced when you're having an honest conversation.
So part of that honest conversation also means that in the event that you find that things have gone, up in the air, that you can actually come back and say, look, I know that I told you that I was going to do this.
Yes.
But sadly, unfortunately, certain factors then did not allow me to do that.
Yes.
And as a result of that, I'm going to have to, say...
Yes, I actually cannot do this.
Yeah.
I know we said we were going to send capitation. It is proving to be tricky. We are balancing it. Yes. So we're not going to send the 15%. Please, we're sending 10 now. Check with the schools. At the end of the day, they'll tell you we've sent 10. Okay? We will tell you on Wednesday next week when we're sending the next. It will be unpalatable. People will make noise, but you have spoken the truth.
And to speak to City's point, number one, if you make a habit of connecting with Kenyans and preparing them psychologically for what is possible or not, they actually will take it better because they're able to adjust in their minds and make plans better. Even the people involved, the headmasters, for example, who are looking for the capitation, will psychologically know, you know what, guess what, this thing will come within 2 months, I need to talk to my suppliers, etc., etc. But number two, there's something that politicians need to, especially those in power, need to stop doing, is you can't run government on campaign mode. Because campaigns are based on promises. When you're in government, you're supposed to do. So I cannot promise my wife I shall send money for lunch. She expects fully that money for lunch will be provided consistently. You see, so there's a difference between dating and marriage. So those in government need to understand we are not dating, we are married.
Yeah, so you actually need to get the thing done.
Yes.
Otherwise, you find yourself sleeping on the couch.
Yes.
Look, I think there are certain things that happen.
Cities, teachers.
I think that
I was imagining the couch.
It's got to be a big couch.
Yeah, when you sit, let me tell you, when I was younger, I used to think sleeping on the couch, so what? But as you grow older and your bones creak and squeak, that couch does not sound palatable at all.
And it can be cold.
Yes.
Look, I think it's good to remind ourselves, however, not necessarily just about the promises that were made, but the reality of situations in which we are in that then need to give you the drive to continually keep folks accountable.
Yes.
And oftentimes, the faces of leadership that we see really are not the worker bees in the hive. The faces of leadership that we see are the ones who need to push those who are working in the hive. But it sometimes doesn't feel good to remind ourselves, if you never die a situation. We know the adage that we even now make fun about. In 6 months' time, in 12 months' time, at the end of 1 year, certain things would have been done. Oh, how wonderful it would be if actually in 6 months' time, some of those things were actually done. You know, if we look at, for example, take something like the Chan, the Cup of Nations, that was supposed to actually be on right now. It was moved to August. It hasn't happened.
Because
they said one country was not ready with its facilities to then be able to run the circuit of the tournament. Now, it's up to you to decide which country that was. But, the organizers said one country was not able to meet the deadline. And so because of that, it has been moved to August. Yes, we've seen that sporting activities have been moved. I mean, the entire Olympics was moved because of COVID. Things like that have happened. But remember that we had been told that Stadia would be ready in 6 months' time 2 years ago.
No, the story of Stadia.
I'm just giving an example. So you can imagine if Water Stadium, for example, where I keep forgetting what that chart is called, that thing where they put engineer and whatever, if that thing was not buried in a heap of rubbish and the whole thing was actually done. Can you imagine if every county had one, sports complex that was ready, finished, and then you would not have this business of saying, well, let's move an Africa-wide tournament. Let's now not have to move
What about the 100 dams?
Sorry?
The 100 dams that were supposed to build?
Huh?
Okay.
Dam.
Okay.
DAM, not DUMB.
Okay.
Or DAMN. Yes.
Dam. Look.
Yeah. Dam.
Yeah. So, I mean, here we are saying that those things. What would happen? Imagine what would happen if you had them completed.
But where Junction is, there is a stadium being built. Right, I think the speed is quite high, so that's one thing that we can count towards the
Junction.
Where Junction Mall is, across the road from it, there's a whole green Mabati thing, and they're building the stadium there.
Stadium. Stadium.
Yes.
Okay. They're building it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I see the trucks moving in.
How do you know it's a stadium?
Well, because there used to be a small football pitch there, and they're extending it.
You sure?
Yeah, well. That's a vast around. That's what I was told.
The one it's near the Met.
Yeah.
And it's near former Kenya Science Teachers Training College.
The one and only, yes.
And so you think that because there's a green thing, they're building a
Well, I have been told it is.
The people you talk to, Chief, Okay. We'll go with the flow.
Guys, it's just important for us to continue, and I think we'll be doing this regularly because, lest we forget, is a time where you're able to reflect and say that there are certain things which actually should happen. Yes, there are promises that were made. Some of those have been delivered. Some of them have not been. But there are situations in the country that even when we forget about them and think, okay, well, let's go into full-blown campaign mode, we need to remember that those situations still exist. 31st of January has come and gone. It will be interesting to see what happens this week with capitation. It will also be interesting to see what happens with the health system to make sure that it's delivering healthcare to Kenyans. Lest we forget, there are many things that happen for which you need to sit up and take responsibility, but also hold leaders accountable. It happens, lest we forget. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leo. Ubaga Treasury CS John Badi has defended the government's tax policies, saying they are not as burdensome as critics suggest, especially for middle-income earners. Badi, who was among ODM's top guns tapped by President William Ruto, dismissed claims of overtaxation as a misleading narrative, even as we're set to be cut new rates in NSSF starting this month. In a detailed presentation, Badi broke down the tax implications for individuals earning 60,000 per month, the salary bracket often associated with Kenya's middle class. Badi said the introduction of the housing levy and social health insurance fund has been misrepresented as excessive taxation. He explained that if you're earning 60,000, the additional taxes you pay are the housing levy at 1.5% and share at 2.75%. Combined, this amounts to 4.25%, which he translated to a deduction of only 2,550 shillings. Now, the families of two young men, Stephen Bisi and Karani Mwema, who were abducted in Nolongo last December, will today return to Nairobi City Mortuary with the hope of finding the bodies of their loved ones. The family's lawyer, Dan Manzo, has raised concern over the families being harassed by City Mortuary staff after they visited the morgue last week, where their colleagues were found dead.
Tambua tukuje saa 4 tukuje kuonyeshwa zile mili identified, tuone kama tunaweza kufahamu mtu wetu, lakini kufikia sasa hakuna kitu imeendelea, tuko tu.
I want to go on record so the country may know that actually there is a body that was brought here and it's on the record alongside the body tagged 2390. There is a body tagged 2360, which even the morgue operators are unable to say where that body is.
This event comes as victims and survivors of enforced disappearances and extrajudicial killings are urgently calling on the International Criminal Court to intervene and address the growing issue, citing the failure of Kenya's justice system to bring justice or accountability. Kenyans will today know whether the Supreme Court will deliver a landmark ruling on the new constituencies that might be created in 2027 general elections. The move comes as the country faces a constitutional deadlock over the delimitation of constituencies after its term expired last year. Chief Justice Martha Koome and 6 other judges on the Supreme Court bench are scheduled to advise the IEBC on the controversial issue. Last week, Justice Koome highlighted the need for the law to be considered in enabling the IEBC to carry out its duties properly, especially after it lacked commissioners to prevent the nation from finding itself in a constitutional crisis after a crucial exercise stalled.
Since January 2023, the IEBC has been unable to fully discharge its constitutional mandate, creating significant gaps in our electoral processes. The effect of this vacuum have been felt in many ways because vital functions such as boundary delimitation, voter registration, and by-elections have been stalled.
An investigation has been launched by police in Nyeri sub-county, Migori County, into the death of an unidentified man estimated to be aged between 35 and 40, whose body was discovered in River Juja at Miruya village in central Kanyamkango. Nyeri Sub-County Police Commander Leo Tliomo says the body was found floating in the river by local residents who had visited the area. Tliomo noted that the body had begun to decompose, suggesting that the man may have died several days prior to the discovery. However, the cause of death has not yet been determined, and police are continuing the investigation to establish the circumstances surrounding the man's demise. And finally, in the international scene, the first 2,160 doses of the Ebola vaccine have arrived in Kampala as part of outbreak preparedness. Uganda's health ministry on Thursday declared an outbreak after a 32-year-old male nurse working at Mulango National Referral Hospital in Kampala succumbed to the Sudan Ebola virus on Wednesday. The World Health Organization said the vaccine will be given to people in Uganda as part of a trial to test its efficacy. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
All right, at a few minutes after 8 o'clock, traffic on the Thika Superhighway is still pretty heavy, and it's also heavy coming off of Kiambu Road this morning. A number of lanes as you try to get towards Muthaiga Square. Also, as you're looking at Waiaki Way, that's busy. Limuru Road also giving as you get towards the city. Coming in from Gigiri, Kitisuru, out towards Muthaiga, that is also starting to do the thing. Let's look on the other side of the city where Magadi Road is busy, coming past Galleria and then out onto Langata Road and through towards Uhuru Gardens. There's traffic and it's going all the way through towards Uhuru Highway. There's also traffic coming in from Mombasa Road, and that's bumper to bumper as you touch on Capital Centre and then out towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. The Eastern Bypass not left out of the party either, and there is a lot of traffic, heavy in some parts and bumper to bumper in others as you get towards the North Airport Road area, and then coming off Outer Ring, in and outbound traffic is also doing the thing this morning through towards the Cabanas interchange. So we're keeping an eye on all of this as we're into Monday morning proper. We're keeping an eye, and you're helping us out as well. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Some days just have you feeling, you know the ones. Very few aha moments. Just moments. Maybe even a few because how can a day this good feel so meh? But then, you realize your moment of escape is a cup of indulgence away. Delamere.
Get lost in rich, creamy, flavorful bliss with every spoonful of Delamere real fruit yogurt. Indulge in the moment.
This new year, discover something new every day on your StarTimes decoder. Buy an aerial decoder plus 1 month free classic subscription at 1,399 shillings to enjoy the magic of African stories on ST Swahili, AMC Movies and ST Nollywood. Or a dish decoder plus 1 month free super bouquet subscription at 3,199 shillings only to watch heartwarming dramas that bring you closer on Novella E+, Remo TV Plus and Star Life. Experience the thrill of live sports on La Liga and Bundesliga on ST Sports Premium and ST World Football. Buy your StarTimes decoder today from our business halls countrywide. To renew your subscription today, dial *858# for self-service or call 0730-710077.
Are you a young person looking to unlock your potential? Are you ready to take the future in your hands? If so, then listen up. KCB to Jejiri is the plan. It's designed to empower young people like you, develop skills and knowledge you need to succeed in life. KCB to Jejiri combines vocational skills training, business development training, access to finance and business mentorship, preparing youth for jobs, entrepreneurship and wealth creation. Don't be left out. Visit kcbgroup.com/foundation to learn more.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
9 after 8, welcome to the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, this 3rd of February, and we're getting into more conversations this hour, and always great to have you here as we do. And also another warm welcome to all our audiences streaming on our platforms YouTube, Facebook and X, SpiceFM KE, and our audiences on KTN. As we get into an electoral conversation this morning, we will be having that conversation with advocate Elias Mutuma, and he's here with us in the studio. Good morning.
Morning to you, Ndu, and pleasure to meet you.
It's nice to meet you finally.
I've been here twice. Last time you were missing in action. I only met City and Eric. It's good to meet you as well, Mark and City. Well, again.
So now you had to go and out me here. No, twice and a half.
Sorry, I had to.
Don't apologize. It happens to all of us.
Okay.
There are times there are guests here and one of us isn't. It happens. It happens.
Yeah.
Sure.
But great to have you here all the same.
Asante.
And even as we do, we're going to throw, you may or you may not have one, but City wants to tell you about how you can get a mortgage quick, easy.
Okay.
And for a long time with fixed interest rates, and you don't have to change anything. It sounds like magic, I know, but he's got the tea.
I'm all ears.
How do you afford a mortgage without bankrupting yourself? Without straining yourself financially? Or how do you get a mortgage that fits within your financial ability? See, Diamond Trust is saying this. They have a mortgage plan designed specifically for you. And they're saying that if you want to borrow, you have a salary, you are in business, they have plans that will consider where it is that your money is coming from and how much money you actually have, or how much money you can actually spend, how much money you can spare. If you want a mortgage for 10 years, they say, look, at 9%, you will be able to get a mortgage. If you want for 25 years, they say, look, 9.75%. You will not be penalized for paying early. There are institutions who, should you pay early, there are penalties. I've never understood that really. Why you penalize me for giving you money early? I've never understood it, but there it is. But they're saying, look, none of that will happen, and there'll be no hidden charges. Okay? The key thing, when you're talking about a mortgage and you're talking about the means you have, don't be afraid. You come and talk to us and tell us what it is that you have in mind, and then we'll tell you the plans we have and how our plans can fit in with your ability and the means you have. All you need to do is really very simple, okay? You will want to either visit the nearest Diamond Trust Bank outlet, or you will want to email mortgages at dtbafrica.com. Let me repeat that. You want to email mortgages at dtbafrica.com to get started. It's as simple as that.
There you go.
Yes.
And that's how to get into it. Stuff to think about, isn't it?
I will. Thank you.
So, Wakili, good morning again and welcome. So the thing is that CT welcomed you with a mortgage, but he also has a proverb that he would like to tell you. And then you can tell us, you guys are in the business of, telling us the message behind the message. So maybe you can then, how would you interpret the proverb? And then you can let us know about that.
Thank you.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Djibouti. In dancing with the enemy, one follows his footsteps, even if counting under one's breath.
Okay.
Let me repeat it. In dancing with the enemy, one follows his footsteps, even if counting under one's breath.
I like it a lot. It's quite insightful. My understanding of that proverb is that when you're close to your enemy, because dancing means that there is a very close proximity with your enemy, one, you should strive to learn who they really are, what weapons they have against you, and therefore you're able to prepare yourself for any eventuality in case of any attack. But even as you do that, as you learn them, you should also be careful enough not to reveal your own moves. That's why it talks about you counting your moves, or rather their moves, in whispers.
Right.
So my understanding is that you should really be very discreet with your plans, with your strategy, so that you're able to strike when they least expect.
Okay. There you go. When they least expect.
Spoken like a true lawyer. Serving divorce papers.
Thank you.
All right. So, I mean, it's good. So, I mean, just jumping into it this morning, constitutionalism is something that many nations struggle with in terms of now how do you then take this, what the law says you must do, what the supreme law of any land says you must do, and actually bringing it down to implementation and seeing then how it becomes alive, because that's what they keep saying, you know, that it is a document that it is alive. There are certain things within it that you must implement and put, you know, into action. Now, one of the issues that has met us front and center is the constitution of an IEBC. The last time there was a fully fledged functional IEBC was towards the general election in 2022 in Kenya, you know, around about until, you know, the end of August. Now, and I say fully functional deliberately because we know that the issue has been commissioners of the IEBC then being absent, but the IEBC as a commission has still been functioning because there are people who continue to do the work of electoral and boundaries commissioning issues. Now, to bring in commissioners has been an issue because how do you have an election without commissioners? We have very many areas in the country whereby, for one reason or another, an appointment, an unfortunate death, there has not been a member of parliament, a member of county assembly, and an election could not be held because the commission does not have commissioners. Now, fast moving towards an election year in just under 2 years now, that you're going to have these people in place in order to have a credible election carried out in Kenya, again, under the constitution. Finally, there's been a task. Are they a task force or are they a panel? They're a panel.
Selection panel.
Thank you. So now there's a selection panel which will essentially bring about the 7 new commissioners into the IEBC. Now, we're going to start off with that, Wakili, because the questions are about what exactly will this panel be looking for that would then bring in these new commissioners, and what under constitutionalism then must they follow?
Thank you. You are right that the last time we had a fully constituted IBC was months to the general elections in 2022. But even before then, we had stayed for a whole 2 years with only 3 commissioners. And I remember one of the issues that we were battling with at the Supreme Court in the BBI case, which I was privileged to be part of, was whether the actions by the 3 commissioners who had been in place for a whole 2 years were legal because of lack of quorum. Then how are we in the same place again? Because now it's been almost a year, we do not have commissioners at all. There has been this tendency to oversimplify the role played by IBC to just reduce it to the management and conduct of elections once after every 5 years. But when you look at the provisions of Article 88 and 89, the role played by IBC is a continuous one that does not necessarily begin and end with the conduct of general elections. We are talking about voter registration. We are talking about voter education. We are talking about regulating the conduct of political parties. We are talking about the very important issue of delimitation of boundaries. All that is an exercise that cannot be put to a stop. It has to be continuous. So IEBC does not just exist for the purposes of conducting elections. Today, the Supreme Court is going to render an advisory opinion as to whether the Secretariat of the IEBC can, perform certain duties in the absence of commissioners. Therefore, we should then take blame as a country as to why we do not have an IEBC, because various duty bearers, the executive, judiciary, political parties, the media itself, we have not been very robust in demanding for a fully constituted IEBC as and when it should have been constituted. And I'm saying this considering that when you look at the provisions again of the first schedule of the IEBC Act, it anticipates 6 months before the exit of the commissioners, the recruitment exercise must have commenced. So we should not have waited until this very last hour for us to put in place a selection panel, for it to conduct the interviews and recruitments when we have commissioners already having left the scene.
It's been said that there are political intrigues that are at play here, and I don't think there's speculation, but we can see the speculations hitting us right in the face. That what would be the reason as to why one would not want an IEBC to be put in place? We have had conversations here in this room about why the word independent then comes into question, because political parties are involved in who gets selected. Political parties have their say, and so if the people who are playing in the match can also serve as referee, then one would ask, is this game actually being played fairly? But above and beyond that, by the time you are looking at a situation whereby a by-election needs to happen because you have appointed another individual and removed them from that place of representation, for example, the people of Ugenya do not have a representation for 6 months now. What happens to them? Under the Constitution, have their rights not been abrogated? The people of Kacheliba, the people of Suba, with no representation, nominated or otherwise, who now have no representation. I believe that the Constitution itself said that within 90 days of the exit of an individual from a particular position, that by-election ought to have happened. Now, if the ingredients for a by-election to happen do not exist, then the onus then lies upon whom? And this is my question. Because you say we all have a responsibility, but there must be somebody with a direct responsibility to ensure that those ingredients are in place for a by-election to happen. Otherwise, you're in breach of the Constitution. Yes? No?
Well, I agree, but I'm also very keen not to point a finger on just one individual or one institution, because we have multiple stakeholders in the constitution of IEBC. One of such individuals or institutions is the executive, because the moment there is a vacancy in the office of the commissioners, then it is upon the president to declare a vacancy in that.
It is the president who is to declare.
It is the president who is supposed to declare that vacancy.
Why?
That's what the law says.
The Constitution says.
That is what the Constitution says.
Yes. The president must.
He is the duty bearer.
He is the duty bearer to that extent.
In fact, for most commissions, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
that's what our law says.
That is what the law says. Okay. But before so therefore, the moment the president declares the seat vacant, that sets into motion several other steps to be undertaken, which now is not in control of. I am aware that the president declared those vacancies as being vacant. Then what then should follow is the selection of the nomination of the selection panel to do that. And then we have stakeholders who are supposed to contribute into the appointment of the selection panel. We have the LSK, we have the Interreligious Council, we have political parties, we have so many other stakeholders. In our instance, where was the delay? Who dropped the ball? Yes, the president declared the vacancy, but political parties could not agree on who to appoint.
Why don't you walk us through this? Huh?
Yes.
President declares vacancy. Okay.
Yes.
What then is what are these things that are supposed to happen to the point where you actually get to have this by-election?
Very well. So the president will declare the seat vacant, and then he will nominate his appointees to the selection panel. He will also invite other stakeholders, LSK, political parties, interreligious council, and so many others to also present their names. Once those names have been presented to the president, then it is upon the president to gazette the selection panel, so that the selection panel now takes over the process of recruitment. So in this instance, you are aware that one of the political parties nominated their representative to the selection panel, then withdrew that person, and then replaced that person with another person, causing the person who had previously been nominated to move to court, and then sought conservatory orders to stop the president from gazetting the selection panel. So that's where the problem has been. And that's why, at that juncture, the blame must be with the political party and the judiciary, because the judiciary ought to have risen to the occasion to understand the urgency of the matter and, expeditiously deal with this matter, render a judgment, and allow the process to continue.
Riddle me this.
Yes.
There's of course been a delay, but we are aware that there are also certain timelines that must be met, an amount of time before the next election. So tell us, one, are we late legally in anything that should be done before 2027? Forget about the by-elections, which we are already late for, but the timeline 2027, how many obstacles or timelines have we missed or are in danger of missing?
One, we are in deep breach of the Constitution, because when you look at Article 88, there are those continuous functions that must continue. One of those is voter registration, which is a continuous exercise. It does not have to wait until the mass registration that happens months or weeks to election. So that has been overtaken and has been delayed. The other issue, of course, is the all-important issue of delimitation of boundaries, which was supposed to have happened by at least March 2024. Because the last time we had that delimitation exercise was in 2012. The law anticipates that within the interval of 8 and 12 years from the last delimitation, that exercise should be conducted.
What is this delimitation?
Delimitation is a fresh naming and identification of boundaries, so that instead of the 290 constituencies, we could have more or less.
Based on what exactly?
Based on quota population. There is a whole scientific formula under Article 89, so that each constituency should not have more than, I think, 72,000 voters.
Each constituency should not have more than
72,000.
Okay.
So that, but the law also allows.
So we are saying that right now in Kenya, there are no constituencies that have more than 72,000.
The last time those boundaries were identified was 14 years now. Okay. Of course, populations are not as they were in 2012. So you have places where you have either overrepresentation or underrepresentation, which is a core right. Because if you have one constituency that has 140, how does one member of parliament serve? So how does an MCA serve?
So how do you get this overrepresentation?
Because we keep on having increase in population.
So, no. The underrepresentation, I can understand.
Yes.
There are very many people.
Yes.
You are one.
Overrepresentation is that we have areas that are also underpopulated.
Yes.
So you have less than 72,000.
Met by one member of parliament, for example.
Some of those areas also tend to have some huge land masses.
Yes. And that's why I'm saying there is a whole scientific formula which must be put in place before you determine what a boundary should be of a particular constituency. So that is one of the functions that has been overtaken by events.
I have to ask you something,
Yes.
Wakili. The mentions that you hear, that delimitation of boundaries and also voter registration and education, do these two functions require that you have commissioners of the IEBC in place to have them done?
When you look at the issue of, for instance, voter registration, it's an exercise, in my view, that does not need the commissioners to be in place.
Okay.
However, that exercise of voter registration had been gazetted by the commissioners. Subsequently, that gazette was pulled down, and therefore we lacked a second gazettement, which can only be done by a commissioner or the chairman of the commission.
Okay.
So what lacked is not the people to do the registration, but the person to declare that exercise as being open by way of gazettement.
So let me open this up a little bit.
Yes.
Essentially, when we talk about voter registration and voter education, what you're doing is that you're bringing in numbers of individuals who will then be able to go to the ballot in an election year. And what you're also doing is educating people on the different things that they need to know about the electoral process, whether it is the act of voting or whether this individual who sits in a member of county assembly, these are their functions. The person who sits in a member of parliament, these are their functions, up and all the way until the president. Essentially, that is what you are letting Kenyans know about on a regular basis. So, should you not declare as an individual that this process then can go on, and that you're saying that in order for that declaration to happen, that you need an individual to then declare that process now open? What you do is that you delay the process, right? And that if you then decide that you will have a selection panel which will finally have this done, then maybe we come into 2026 now with a fully constituted IEBC, and then you do not have enough time to get as many people as would have registered or have been educated on electoral matters before you have an election the next year. You see where I'm going with this?
I see. And apart from that, you also rob the commission of a very crucial element, the institutional memory. Because you're bringing in place completely new individuals who have no idea how elections are conducted. They have no reference. If we had at least 3 or 4 commissioners in place, then the others who come in would, have it easy to understand the process. But assuming the selection panel is able to discharge its duty, and I have no doubt they will, within the next 90 days. So we're looking at June or July, thereabout. You'll have the whole process of orientation, bring them up to speed, them understanding how things work here and there. So we are talking at another 6 months from June being, consumed into just trying to ensure that they learn what they're supposed to be doing.
Okay.
How are they supposed to do that? 1 year or within such a short period of time?
Would we be overly speculative if we said this looks as though it could be something of design?
Well, anyone could be forgiven for thinking that way. And I am saying that because just like a pregnancy, an election is definite. We know when it will happen. All right? You do not come in the maternity ward at the 40th week and start fundraising to get money to discharge the patient. All right? When we swore in the commissioners, we knew when their term would lapse by a fraction of time. It was very clear that their term was not going to be extended. The law anticipates that 6 months before they exit, begin that process of recruitment. If there are any disputes to be arbitrated upon, that was the time to do that. So we are talking about Chebukati's team left in January 2024.
Yes.
So we are talking about June 2023. We should have begun this process so that if there is any dispute, we deal with it way in advance.
Okay, we didn't. Are we going to do a break?
Yes, let's take a break, because now that we didn't take those things into consideration, then what would be some of the ramifications? Am I? Okay. Assuming what your question would be. Okay, we're talking this hour with Wakili Elias Mutuma, and we're saying, okay, so, right, a new selection panel has been put in place, bring in new commissioners, and let's get this ball rolling. But then, what are the dangers of not having done that before? And so we'll look into that when we take this break and come back. But let me remind you that under the 2G Ajiri program by the KCB Foundation, what you can do is ensure that if you don't have the skills that you need and you're between the age of 18 and 35, that you can get into a 6-month course training program in various disciplines, and then you can come out on the other end of it with a toolkit, armed on one side and armed on the other side with a little bit of cash to get into a world whereby you have a fighting chance to make it, thanks to the 2G Ajiri program under the KCB Foundation. That's www.kcbgroup.com/foundation. Good morning.
The weather with SpiceFM.
18 degrees and partly sunny conditions in Nairobi. It's 17 and sunny in Nakuru and 17 and sunny in Nyeri. 15 sunny conditions in Eldoret, while Mombasa at 27 is sunny. Malindi at 26 is sunny. Kisumu 20 and sunny, while Kakamega at 19 is sunny. 21 and partly sunny in Kampala, while Dar es Salaam at 27 is mostly sunny. We're looking at mostly cloudy conditions at 21 in Johannesburg, while Mogadishu at 26 is sunny. It is sunny at 14 in Addis Ababa. Lagos is cloudy at 26, while Kinshasa is sunny at 24. Bypass this morning as you get towards the North Airport Road Junction and out towards the Cabanas Interchange. It's busy on Kangunda Road, in and outbound traffic, trying to touch on Outer Ring as well. And the Thika Superhighway coming in hot from Garden City, and well before that, Kasarani out towards the survey area through towards the Pangani Underpass. Very busy here. Kiambu Road, traffic is stretching towards the Northern Bypass now, and it's bumper to bumper in most parts. It's also very busy on Limuru Road coming in from Gigiri. Spring Valley, Lower Kabete, we're going to see that traffic there continuing, and Waiaki Way, very busy as well as on Gong Road. This morning, we are still in traffic hour. Talk to us about what's popping where you are. We'll look at it. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Mutuma is our guest this hour, and we're looking at the establishment of a panel that will then now select commissioners. Okay, so CT, now that they didn't do this,
what I'm interested in understanding is this. There are three things. One, when someone is in violation or in abrogation of the Constitution, what then should happen next? That's my first question. My second question is, when you look at the timetabling and everything we're discussing, I need clarity as to, okay, you have a secretariat, what do they do? You have a commission, what do they do? And why is the focus so much on the commission, and yet the functions of the IEBC have continued because they have a secretariat? The third question I will ask after these first two have been answered.
Thank you. So what happens to a duty bearer who sleeps on his job or her job and allows us to be in a crisis or in a debacle such as the one we are facing? That individual or that institution or whoever it is can be brought book various ways, and one of them would be by declaring that they are in violation of the Constitution. Then the institution that is charged with that mandate, being the court, will render its pronouncement on the kind of remedy. And here I'm saying it's not just one individual. We have the political parties, we have the executive, we have the judiciary. So it's sort of, a blame on almost every stakeholder that is involved, whether by design or by sheer ignorance, but we are here. The commission is run by two distinct bodies. We have the Secretariat and the commissioners. The Secretariat is the engine of the commission. The commissioners are the drivers. For as long as the engine is functioning properly, all you need is for a driver to take the driver's seat with a clear roadmap, with a clear support, and then be able to move the vehicle to the next destination. And therefore, I want to think that the Secretariat, having been in place in perpetuity, that they have already put in place a very clear roadmap, just waiting for the commissioners to take the driver's seat and drive this vehicle. It is not fair for us to assume that nothing has been happening. And it is for that reason that the Secretariat moved to the Supreme Court and sought an advisory from the Supreme Court asking it, can we do this thing on our own without the commission, without the commissioners? Therefore, I want to believe that they already have, all the frameworks and roadmaps in place. All now we need is for the selection panel to give us very efficient drivers, people who are able to quickly learn, people who are quickly able to adapt to the situation, people who can withstand pressure, because there will be a lot of it. They will be blamed a lot for not being efficient when it was not their fault. So apart from, the legal requirements under the IBC Act and the Constitution, they need to settle on men and women who are of integrity and people who know the kind of crisis we are in.
I have a problem with that statement.
Yes.
Every time we talk about such matters in this country, even with regards to electing our members of parliament, we talk about people of integrity. Since when have we willfully elected people who don't have integrity? When?
We must give the selection panel the benefit of doubt.
Yes,
and City, we have a stake, we have a say in all this. So should anyone be then appointed or be nominated for this process who you feel is not a person of integrity, we have ways of ensuring that is rectified before the fact.
City, one of the things that amazes me with Kenyan election cycles and these IEBC things is every time it becomes more and more unnecessarily complicated, as though complication is the remedy to our perennial election process. I'll give you a basic example. The national government gives out birth certificates, gives out IDs and certificates of death. But you can't use your ID to vote. You have to do another process to be registered as a voter using your ID. You understand the irony? We make it difficult that we have electronic and manual from 34. And for me, the reason why this whole thing is troublesome is we've created something that is so simple, which is counting 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 72,000. And then made it such a complicated issue that now we need people of almost angelic qualities to be able to just run a commission whose job is to count people. All right, count votes if you prefer.
No, it's people. Yeah, because votes represent people. Though in this country, we do wonders when it comes to the votes. Votes can represent themselves,
and they can also count themselves.
Yes.
Well, you've seen other countries conduct their elections even through mails.
Yes,
it's very simple. But are we those people? Are we able to do that?
Yes, we are.
Even as we look for people of integrity to manage our elections, are we the voters also people of integrity?
There's a difference between capability and desire.
Yes.
The capability means that you, as in, if somebody puts you down to it, can you move your finger from here to here? Yes, we can. Do we have that innate desire to make sure that the system actually works? I think then we're dealing with something completely different. Because those countries you speak of don't have commissions. Their elections are run by volunteers who they finish the thing, they pack up their bags and then they go home and then it's taken and the college declares who has won. Individuals come out and they say, we're going to offer our time. The state provides the resources. We offer our time. They do the thing, done, dusted, we go.
I think it's because the way the whole subject of elections has been, instilled in us is that it's a matter of life and death. Okay? And therefore, most people will want to go out of their way to manipulate the results of the elections, including the voters themselves.
But Kili, is it really life and death?
That's what we've been made to believe.
It is life and money.
Yeah.
Because, yes, it is. The competition is not in and of itself the issue. It is the benefits which can be counted in Kenyan shillings that is anticipated that makes it as competitive as it is. And so we look at it and we look at the competition. That is an outcome.
Yes.
At the heart of it, there is the profit-centered business that we have in our politics, where it is bigger than any industry. We are one of those few countries where you don't need to be a businessman, you just need to be a politician to be rich.
Yes.
We understand this, and that is why people want to be elected. So, when we talk about people of integrity, we need to be fair to the country also. This yardstick that people keep quoting, Singapore, America, we are not in Singapore, neither are we in America, we are in Kenya.
Yes.
Okay? And since we understand ourselves, we will look for people of supposed integrity, but they must be held to account.
Yeah.
If we, the citizenry, don't do that, it doesn't matter how much integrity, how many lorry loads of integrity they come in with, it will dissipate.
And we cannot lay our trust on the complexity of our electoral system. That's a mistake we make. It's like saying, because I have bought a new padlock, my business shall never be broken into. You know, they say in cybersecurity that if you're working on the security of matters, you have to find all the loopholes and block all of them. But if you're a hacker, you just need to find one.
So it's very easy for you to hack.
Yes. So the complexity of the process is not the solution. And that's something that Kenyans need to understand. Making it complex has never solved the problem. Holding these people to accountable and to account and being able to create transparency, which has a responsibility, will be very key.
And all our complexities come with a cost. Always.
Yeah. We run an election that is more expensive per head than India, and India has to count 1.2 billion voters. Okay, 800 million, but
but still, we get your point. So, if those 2 points, and I mean, just trying to land it with this one as well, is that we get to the place whereby, sure, then you do have your commissioners, however many they will be, and then you now have a fully constituted IEBC. Can we really say that this commission would be truly independent if it takes into consideration the whims and the desires of political parties who we know in this country are not based on ideology but are based on individuals and their whims, but you take into consideration what they want in order for you to referee this match? Can this commission truly be independent if it is on the sidelines with some of the folks who are playing in the game at the same time? Is that possible?
I do not know whether it was a mistake for us to amend our law to ensure, in the name of inclusivity, that political parties have, a huge say in the selection, or rather in the nomination of the selection panel. In my view, I think that we ought to have remained focused to ensure that the men and women who are tasked with the appointment of the commissioners are independent, because that's where it must begin. Not from the commissioners, but from the process of appointing the commissioners themselves. But look, election is about stakes, and in stakes we have stakeholders. So it is not totally wrong, or there is nothing, so fundamentally injurious for you to have stakeholders have a say in who is to sit in that selection panel. But once the commission is in place, they must then understand that the Constitution protects them against influence, against manipulation from anyone. And there is nothing you going to do about it if they decide that we're going to remain firm? Yes.
Which country are we in?
We're in Kenya, I agree.
The moment you have the sort of structure in selecting those who will be in the IEBC and what we're referring to as representation, how on earth can they be independent? How?
What would...
You from the get-go, you have vested interest.
Yes.
Because of the people who have put your name forward.
Yes.
How on earth will you be independent?
And beyond that, they've put your name, number one, they've put your name forward. And I'm going to go back to the ideological base for political parties in Kenya. That we know that today, if I'm CT's progressive movement, then he and I split. You like that name, right?
I like that name, progressive movement forward.
Forward party. Then CT and I, for whatever reason, decide, okay, you know what? Ulisema utanipatia na so then I say, you know what? It's over. I go. Then I go and form my own Fire and Spice party movement.
Yes.
Me. People will follow me. I have moved for me. I didn't move because suddenly I'm looking at issues of capitalism or I'm looking at issues of socialism, and on that ideology then we don't have a base party. We move for selfish political reasons and we form other parties. Those are the people now that are giving their input into how the commission then will be constituted. Do we not see that there is interest vested there? If I come and I have a say in how you will referee the match, and I am one of the players. How?
Do you know, in fact, when you talk about politicians, the other day, there was an advertisement in the paper, the following person does not represent this company, blah, blah, blah. The comments underneath were, now it is time to launch your book about manifesting greatness and overcoming weakness, then you run for political office, right? Yeah. You see, so these are the people we trust.
I still believe that despite the interest that are vested in an electoral process, despite the fact that the commissioners are appointed with a say from stakeholders, there is still a chance of one being appointed as a commissioner to remain independent. Why am I saying that? IEBC is not the only institution where you have stakeholder engagement.
Exactly.
You have the judiciary, for instance. Yes, it is the Judicial Service Commission that appoints judges. But at the end of the day, the president has a hand in the final appointment of that judge. Does it necessarily then mean that the president will call the shots? You just need to, accept.
Wakili, the president is never given one name.
Yes.
He selects whether it's 2 or 3 names that are given, meaning any of those people could very well have been there. Now,
in fact, 9 names will be presented to the president. He will appoint 6.
Yes. Now, when you look at the judiciary and what it is that they do, different completely from what the IBC. These people are at the deep end of the nerve center of this country.
Yes.
And that's called the elections.
Correct.
It is virtually impossible. This is what I'm not saying tongue in cheek, I'm just saying it. For anyone who's appointed to be appointed without a mandate.
Yes.
You are given marching orders and you're told exactly what is expected of you. So
beyond what is expected, you are almost told what to do and how to do it.
In fact, let's not sugarcoat it. You are told who is to win.
Yes. And you're even given options of how they're supposed to win.
Yes.
So the independence that we speak of, if it is brought about by the system and the process we're talking about, it's counterintuitive. How? The moment we had political parties having a say, that independence went out of the window completely. Let me go back to the question I asked. Secretariat, what can they do without the commission? Can they register voters?
The Secretariat can definitely register voters because you do not expect commissioners to be at the constituency level or registration offices to do the actual registration. They do not do that.
But who declares the period of voter registration, or is it something that's supposed to be ongoing?
Like I explained, when you look at Article 88, voter registration is a continuous process. It only stops and closed very close to the elections. When the when the voters register, is now supposed to be inspected and verified. So there is nothing that prevents the Secretariat from continuing the process of registration. But in this scenario, the exercise of voter registration was gazetted after the elections, as it should be, by the chairperson of the commission. Soon thereafter, that gazette notice was withdrawn, I don't know, for whatever reason. And therefore, what we lack right now is for another person who is mandated by law to just put up a gazette notice and say the process of voter registration has been opened. But it does not mean that the Secretariat could not proceed with the registration. If only we had that gazette notice, that process would have
Let me ask this question. I know many countries who that Secretariat appears 6 months to an election because there is nothing special about doing voter registration. And it is entirely possible to have people who are trained. If there's a by-election, you simply call the people who ran the election last time, they do it, and then they go home. The permanence of the IEBC in this country, and again, please don't tweet me saying I want you to be fired, but the permanence of the IEBC Secretariat in the large numbers it has speaks again to this overemphasis, overspending, overcomplication of our elections, which actually the net benefit for this country we've never reaped. From 2007 to date, we've not ever had an election where Kenyans are not baying for the blood of commissioners and their chairmen. So what exactly are we doing? Doing the same thing, expecting different results?
And that's why after every election, if my memory serves me right from 2007, after every election, we have electoral reforms. We have a new law in place. We have new commissioners in place. I mean, everything is new at every election cycle. And therefore, it defeats the whole purpose of having, a succession in perpetuity. Because you should have, a commission that runs through from day one all through to the next cycle and the other cycle for number one, institutional memory, for good practice. They should be in place all through. But like you've said, there is no magic in voter registration that requires that you should have these commissioners in place. What ought to have happened is a very simple exercise of moving to court as and when that gazette was withdrawn, and the court should have just given an advisory then that you can proceed with the voter registration without necessarily waiting for the commissioners to be in place. Having failed to do that, the judiciary itself is at fault. The secretary is at fault. Political parties are at fault. Everyone, city is at fault.
So it's a relay for faults.
Actually,
it's a relay for faults.
It could be, but I don't quite think that it is as complicated as it's being made to sound, because this is not the first time we're having an election in this country. It is not the first time that we are having people who represent, who are part of a body which is similar to IEBC. We even changed the name of the Electoral
Commission
of Kenya. Yes, exactly. As if changing the name changes anything. But here we are, and we have a situation and a daunting task that this selection panel have been given. They will do their bit. The question is, will the citizenry do theirs?
And that's why we needed to have voter education taking place, so that at least we can change the mindset of the people, for them to also do their part. And they cannot do their part unless they understand the role they're supposed to play.
I see Mark shaking.
There's something, and as someone who practices communication, I really dislike that somehow education is supposed to change people. I want you to understand that professors in this city of Nairobi, where intelligence and experience should speak most, have stood in line to actually elect people who are known prison escapees.
Okay? So it's got nothing to do with education. But take a Kenyan today, in fact, take a matatu driver today, put him in a car in Dubai or Japan, the guy can behave. They don't even get 2 speeding tickets when they're there. The problem with Kenya is we've got a horrible culture and we refuse to face it. It's not that we are not educated.
How do we change that culture if we do not then instill it in our people? And instilling means somehow you've got to inform them
but let's
of
start
that
here.
good
And
culture.
we're saying that the people who will do the informing and the education have to be declared open in order for that to happen. And we sit here and then we wait and say, okay, let's see when that will happen. It seems as though there's a direct, trying to subvert that from happening so that people don't get educated about what they need to know.
2017, there was a ruling that there were illegalities and irregularities.
Correct.
So there were illegalities done, and the commissioners today are enjoying their retirement package without a hint of jail time, court case, or whatever. So who did the illegalities? In fact, we have someone who's very senior in this government who was found guilty of electoral malpractice.
I agree with you, Mark, completely. And it's not like we have a deficit of understanding as a Kenyan people, because when you look at the old woman in the village, they are able to send money through M-Pesa, through mobile money. They are able to operate their mobile gadgets very easily. So it's not like they do not understand or they are not capable of understanding.
Sure.
What they need to know, or rather what needs to happen, is for in a very consistent way, keep them updated on what is happening, and they'll be able to play ball.
We need to keep talking. Wakili Elias Mutuma, thank you so much for being here this morning, walking us through some of these things necessary for us to keep making our voices part of this conversation. Asante sana. Reminding you that there are ways to make payments. We'll talk about that when we come back. It's 9 a.m.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Leah Obaga Belgut. Member of Parliament Nelson Koech now claims that Public Service Cabinet Secretary Justin Muturi will be fired anytime starting today. Speaking on a local TV station, Koech claimed that Muturi has called for it, given his recent criticism of the government over cases of abductions and extrajudicial killings where Muturi took a direct aim at his boss, President William Ruto.
I understand there are very genuine cases, there are very genuine people who want this case sorted. I don't see it in CS Muturi. CS Muturi simply is a man who is daring the president to fire him. He is a man who wants to make a political capital out of a situation. He is a man who, if he was moral enough, because he's a lawyer, he should have resigned if he does not want to work with his government. Because you are lucky to be amongst the 22 who are the apex of the executive. He has a forum to speak to the president. They sit in the cabinet. Why don't you raise it in the cabinet and say, Your Excellency the President, we have a problem. How do we sort out this issue of abductions?
Gatanga Member of Parliament Edward Murui says the concerns regarding Shah Shift are dire to the beneficiaries. Murui says the contributions have increased, but there is no equivalent value for money.
You find that the cost of the NHIF have gone up in leaps and bounds, and it has become expensive, but there is no equivalent value coming back to the people. That's one. There's no value for money. That's number one. Number two, this system was done in a hurry. The intention was to ensure that the highs and the low all get universal health without any discrimination. But now the complaint which has been there across the board is that the banding is wrong, the outpatient is not covered, there is no value for money, and the system is not working. Now,
Marie Father said that the system had failed Kenyans terribly, as what was spent on it was not equivalent to the services they are currently receiving.
Coming to the system, and that is the biggest complaint. Even when we went to Naivasha, that everybody is saying, oh, they went there, the system is not working, and therefore the issue is, which is this system? Remember, when the Shah took over, they discarded the old system of NHIF and came up with a new system. It is on record that that system costed 100 104 billion. What I'll tell you is that the intention of all this shisha has been procurement issue. It was purely meant to make 104 billion clean, whether you get services or not. Because if you really have good intention, what you need to do is test the systems first.
5 suspects have been arrested over the murder of Molo-based activist Richard Haga Otieno. Otieno was murdered near the gate of his residential apartment in Elbagon town on January 18th, just 200 meters from Elbagon police station. This forced police to move his body to Kericho town, where an autopsy was conducted. Amid rising tension, detectives from the DCI and those from the Crime Research and Intelligence Bureau joined those on the ground in the probe into the murder. The 5 include 2 Boda Boda riders who carried the alleged killers to and from the murder scene. One of the suspects is believed to be among 3 who participated in the murder. The police said the 3 suspects had been placed at the scene forensically. The other 2 are suspects who had earlier assaulted the deceased on November 8th last year and were convicted to serve 1-year probation. Moi University Council is today set to meet all staff as the new acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Kiplagat Kotut, commences work. An internal memo issued by the acting Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Khaemba Ongeti, states that the staff will have an opportunity to meet the new acting VC. Professor Kotut now takes over from Professor Isaac Sigei, who has been sent on a compulsory leave of 8 months as the head of finance and legal affairs have been suspended. The board chairperson, Professor Noah Midamba, has committed to revamping the institution, which was on the verge of collapsing, saying that in 100 days he would set up measures to address the issues bedeviling the second oldest university in the country. And in the international scene, officials have positively identified 55 of the 67 people killed in Wednesday's mid-air collision between an American Airlines passenger jet and a military helicopter over the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. And this even comes as Fire Chief John Donnelly has said that they still have some work to do in order to salvage operations even as they go on. The Army Corps of Engineers will begin lifting the wreckage from the river today, which officials have said could take a week or longer. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
Some days just have you feeling, you know the ones. Very few aha moments. Just moments. Maybe even a few Because how can a day this good feel so meh? But then, you realize your moment of escape is a cup of indulgence away. Delamere.
Get lost in rich, creamy, flavorful bliss with every spoonful of Delamere real fruit yogurt. Indulge in the moment.
Are you a young person looking to unlock your potential? Are you ready to take the future in your hands? If so, then listen up. KCB to Jejiri is the plan. It's designed to empower young people like you, develop skills and knowledge you need to succeed in life. KCB to Jejiri combines vocational skills training, business development training, access to finance and business mentorship, preparing youth for jobs, entrepreneurship and wealth creation. Don't be left out. Visit kcbgroup.com/foundation to learn more.
This new year, discover something new every day on your StarTimes decoder. Buy an aerial decoder plus 1 month free classic subscription at 1,399 shillings to enjoy the magic of African stories on ST Swahili, AMC Movies and ST Nollywood. Or a dish decoder plus 1 month free Super Bouquet subscription at 3,199 shillings only to watch heartwarming dramas that bring you closer on Novella E+, Remo TV Plus and Star Life. Experience the thrill of live sports on La Liga and Bundesliga on ST Sports Premium and ST World Football. Buy your StarTimes decoder today from our business halls countrywide. To renew your subscription today, dial star 858# for self-service or call 0.
It is busy in the city this morning. It's still been quite something coming off of Thika Superhighway today. And even at this point, it's still bumper to bumper as you get through towards Survey. So that's going to be there for a minute. It's also busy coming off of Kiambu Road and Limuru Road. And so if you go looking west, still some traffic coming off of Waiyaki Way, but not too bad. I think we'll be able to get through towards Westlands without too much of a scratch. As you come off of Ngong Road, it's looking much better now. Magadi Road still giving some traffic as you approach Langata Road, but then you use Southern Bypass getting towards the city in and outbound, and you'll be all right. Eastern Bypass, still some traffic at this point. Outer Ring, doing the loop around Mbakasi, and then through towards North Airport Road is still very busy right about now. We're going to keep an eye on this, and you're going to help us out, won't you? Talk to us, SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
All right, at 9:09 into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Monday, the first show of the month. And oftentimes you wonder, okay, so I need to make payments, I need to get this done. But a lot of times it's going to take time, right? And something that, you don't want it to be too costly. You don't want it to be too slow. You're trying to make a payment from here, and that payment needs to show in Johannesburg in 3 hours at the very most. So Verto steps in and they say, you know what? We know how costly it can be. We know how slow it can be. So let's help you make payments around the world in minutes, not days, with a better exchange rate and no hidden charges. Verto FX offers you just this real quick. And whether you're an SME, whether you're an importer, whether you're an exporter, whether you're a finance professional, it doesn't matter what you are. It's fast, it's accurate, and with full transparency. 49 currencies, boom, 190 countries there, and a platform designed to keep your business growing all in one place. So why stick with the old ways where there's a new way and it's much quicker and cheaper? All you need to do is log on to www.vertofx.com to find out more information about how you can make your payments cheaply, faster, and in real time for your business to grow. Voila, say voila.
Voila.
Very good.
Yes.
And there's a man in the studio today who understands these things about money and the economy, so gets it that you need to get things moving and get them done. And that's the conversation that we'll be having with Bilo Kero this morning, and we'll be looking at Kenya's issues at the moment and what the problem actually is. Bilo Kero is a political economist, and we're looking at a government in crisis. And been here before. Happy New Year, Bilo. How are you doing?
Pretty well.
You're well?
Mm-hmm.
Good. I'm glad that you're here. And we're going to be talking about a lot of these things around the economy and what the problem actually could be. CT has a proverb, as you know. He's going to share that with you, and then you'll tell us what your interpretation of it is.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Djibouti.
Wow.
Written Djibouti. Okay. Dancing with the enemy, let me start again. In dancing with the enemy, one follows his footsteps, if counting under one's breath. Follow the footsteps, count them under your breath.
Tough.
Is it? Go for it.
When you're counting under your breath, it's an element of fear.
Yes. Yes.
And it's the enemy.
Yes.
Well, is it the same as what the English would say, watch your steps?
It is. It is indeed. It is. It is. when you say something under your breath, you don't want everyone to hear it.
Of course.
So essentially, it's like you're talking to yourself and probably encouraging yourself. You want to just make sure you're sure, but it is not for the general public to hear, but you know.
And it's out of fear.
Yes. Immense apprehension. Yes. In fact, in most cases, when people talk to themselves,
there's something up.
Something is up. You're not at ease. Something is happening.
Indeed. So, I mean, Bill, welcome. I mean, even as we look into some of these conversations, we've had conversations with you previously at a time where things, were going in a certain direction, and they seem to have been still hurtling down the hill. That stone is still rolling down the hill, and we've come to a place whereby certain things are happening at the same time, right? KRA still has this huge, target to hit. We're looking at a budget now that is ballooned. The budgeting process began in September, and the CS in the ministry said, these are the numbers that we're looking at now. About 800 billion shillings more than the last budget. We're also looking at a place where, sadly, certain not even recommendations, certain responsibility by government in which function needs to be followed by money, by funds, has not happened, whether it's at the county level, whether it's at the assembly level, whether it is at ministry level, whereby we see certain things not happening. Education, one of them. Again, health, is enough money going towards making sure that when you go to hospital and get out on the other end of it, that the Taifa Care pays your bill, and a lot of that can be tagged to money. And then there's the huge thing over our heads, which is the debt problem. So, so many balls up in the air at the same time. Let's start by giving an overview of where we are currently, and if there's a problem, what is it?
Well, for Kenya, the answer is a very short one. We're always being, I think, for many years now, we're trying to live beyond our means. That has been our challenge. If we were not doing that, a lot of the issues that we have raised would not be there. And we would not be, for example, focusing on the issue of revenue all the time. Budgets are being done all over the world. It's not the only government that does budgets. But the preoccupation with revenue raising or generation in this country is not shared in many countries, really. Because in most countries, what government focus on is a budget that's balanced. You live within your means. If your revenue is $1 billion, you want to do a budget of approximately about $1 billion. If you got anything from other help from other countries in terms of grants or whatever, that's what people do. And that's what we were doing until almost a decade or so ago. We've always tried to balance. I remember up to the time of malaria, budgeting was really an art. They had to struggle to try and balance on the basis of revenues that can be raised in the country. But then later now, in the last decade or more, I think what we have seen is a situation where the government says we want to do the budget will be 4 billion. It will be 3 trillion. It will be 3 trillion, 4 trillion, 2 trillion. And then you are left with now trying to raise revenue to meet that target. And this is unfortunately, I don't know, but there seems to be a sense within the treasury in recent years that you must try and do a bigger budget than last year. You must try and do a budget expenditure bigger than your previous CS. And so even after we have tried to come up with a new constitution that reduced the ministries from what they were during the time of Moi to, in dozens of ministries, to 22 to 20, 22 ministries. And all efforts had been made, even at the time of Kibaki, and I think to try and rationalize government ministries. You will find the budgets still growing in every ministry annually. So there is that unfortunate thinking in government that we must always be the ones to do everything.
May I ask you, when you talk about, so the budgets grow in each ministry every year, if the budgets grow, are we talking about them going towards projects, or are we talking about that budget growing towards recurrent expenditure? Like
you see,
salaries and keeping the lights on.
the thing that concerns Kenyans most is not just the recurrent expenditure. That is about paying the salaries and buying the newspapers for the officers and their flowers and their tea and their travel and those things. But the thing that many Kenyans would look at when a president visits you or a CS visits your area, the things you're looking at is what we call development projects. You want to see more classrooms for your new, class school. You want to get more facilities, more roads, and those. So that the development is the main thing. And so if you look at our budget, development has not been growing. Now, even when the numbers have grown, the level of absorption is so low that in reality, what actually gets spent is probably half of the budget that has been put in the estimates. So I think the growth that you see really cannot be related to growth in infrastructure in this country. You can't relate it to growth in other other facilities that people really want in real terms. You are not seeing growth in education, for example. Several years ago, universities had easy access to loans, and this was not an issue. Help was running, and things were not an issue. Today, universities are struggling to get their resources. Other facilities are all struggling. The competition for free education was until recently not a major issue. It could delay for a few weeks or a month or so, but it was not a major issue. So suddenly, we are in a hole, and we find that we're not running things. And the answers I think you have mentioned, the debt is one of them.
There's been a big debate about the amount of national debt to justify increased taxation, to justify the low amount of infrastructure projects. How do we determine that Kenya is having serious debt issues, and how much debt should we have? Because when I look around, every country has debt, other than Burkina Faso, of course, which solved it. And I'm curious, if Burkina Faso could do it, how hard could it be for Kenya?
Let's get the definition of debt. What is debt? Debt is the budget deficit accumulated over years. That's basically what it is.
Yes.
So when you draw a budget of 4 trillion, let's look at what's happening today, and your estimated revenues would be, say, 3 trillions, what would be your deficit? You are looking at a deficit of 1 trillion. So that automatically means your debt is going to grow by that figure. Never mind how Treasury disguises that figure. It always does. You will never see that difference has been put as debt. They will always, have ways of putting it so that you can't see it. But the reality is the difference between your expenditure and your revenue is the budget deficit. And that deficit, accumulated over time, it represents your debt. So we've lived in the difference between us. And by the way, to try and resolve this issue, when we were doing the Constitution, I remember we were in Bomas, and I was the chairman of the technical committee that was dealing with chapters on public finance and so forth, which is now in the Constitution. One of the things that we really wanted was to make it constitutional that Treasury would seek approval of Parliament prior to take any debt. So that then we would not have a situation where Parliament only rubber stamps a debt that has been taken, months later. What they call regularization or to ratify. What we wanted was a situation where every debt that would be taken by government, prior to taking the debt, they must get approval from Parliament.
How did that go?
Well, it didn't go well. But if you look at the Constitution, it still provides very strong provisions with regards to how the government should borrow. But it's being flouted every day because the reason is simple. Government controls Parliament. So you go to the government travels to, the president and his team travels to, say, South Korea, they'll go to London, they'll go to some place, and they will sign on in very beautiful terms, which media never fails to to mention. They call it aid, we got support, those are all loans. Nobody's giving you anything for free. And so by the time it comes to Parliament, these guys have already signed. The commitment has been made. This is why even when they have not drawn on that money, you find commitment fees being paid, and audit always flagging, billions that have been paid in commitment fees for loans that have not been utilized.
So is Kenya in loan distress?
Well, it's not. I think if you look at where we were when this administration came to power in 2022, and today, no, I think we are in a better situation. I mean, that was the time when we were grappling with the Euro bonds, the billions, will we default? Are we going the Ghana way, the Zambia way?
Yeah.
People were really worried. Well, I think it did. I think it did stabilize significantly, I would say. They say give the dog his due. They have handled that bit. And so we are not in distress in that sense. And some of the, if you look at some of the macroeconomic statistics, things seem to have been stabilized. For example, I'm in business, in manufacturing. Some of the challenges we had were in the forex. We reached a point where we were buying the dollar at 168 to import raw materials. In the last 1 year or so, things have stabilized at 129, 130.
Okay.
Inflation was another major issue. I think that was really, that came from the previous administration, which also seems to have stabilized. But I think that does not mean that the economy, for me and you or the folks down there, suddenly we're
I'm interested as to the markers that were then applied to ensure that kind of stability then was achieved. What would you see that was done, or did the market find a way to balance itself? What happens that you would then see, for example, exchange rates dropping in the manner in which they did? I mean, by easily 30 points. What would be done? And I ask this as you answer that so that we can understand that if it can be done once, it can then be done regularly. What are those?
No, I think for a number of the policy measures that the government has taken. One, for example, the one that they took to address the issue of inflation, I think was clear. The Monetary Policy Committee in the central bank, reducing the liquidity in the market. And this, I think they really kept on raising the rates of interest rates to the extent that then the inflation went down completely. And this is why you find the rates of interest were high. And it's a measure that you find many of these countries have done when inflation was getting out of hand in many of the Western countries. But today, the issue that they're all grappling with, like Kenya, is now how to deal with the interest rates to try and moderate. The same thing now with the forex. I think there was during the time of Uhuru, there was a borrowing, borrowing spree,
Yes.
Really, where we were borrowing a lot of money. But then the issue is not about the borrowing. The issue is when you are repaying, you need dollars. So with the government and the private sector, everyone's struggling to get the dollars to try and pay. I think that was one of the major issues. The second was, I think, the other issue that the government handled was on the petroleum. I think that deal, despite the many other issues around it, the issue of getting them, the petroleum dealers or the marketers paying in Kenya shillings, immediately they import.
Yeah.
And then the government dealing with the dollar aspects later. I think this also did reduce the demand for dollars in the market significantly. I remember we were always fighting for dollars in the market with the petroleum people in the banks. Because of the demand for import. Oil is the largest. So then I don't think there were any other. It's all about the monetary policies in the central bank, plus that particular deal on petroleum. There's nothing else the government has done in terms of increasing in export, which would have brought in more money. The only other thing that has happened, which I want to mention, is that the imports also did reduce. You know what happened is that when the cost of raw materials, so the cost of import becomes higher, then the amount of imports that come into the country was declining. There was a time when there was a lot of talk about people moving to Tanzania. If Tanzania imports are booming and Mombasa port is not, and the government was saying no. But the reality is that the imports in Kenya was getting reduced, one, because of the high level of taxes. When you try to bring in your things through Mombasa, it was much more expensive, and people would find it cheaper to take it to Tanzania and then find their way through the borders to the country. So I think so those are some of the measures that I've seen the government take to try and address.
Okay.
2025-2026 economic year, should the government increase taxes, keep taxes as they are, and how will that affect in real terms the business environment and our own pockets as citizens?
I like how he's smiled as though it was. I'm very serious.
No, you are. But this issue of taxes, I don't know what's wrong with this government. I mean, every Kenyan has voiced concern about taxes. True, the government took over huge debt, and they need to pay the debts. And they need to, to pay for their bills, the medical education, and all those things. Yes, but I think the government needs to be alive to the fact that, look, never mind what the people did before and messed up the country, Uhuru and those before him, but there's a level to which you can tax people. And beyond it, then you're going to affect the businesses, you're going to affect the pay slips, you're going to make people poorer, really, in the sense that if today, I can tell you for sure, if they do a poverty assessment today and compare it to 2022, I am sure that the situation would be worse than it was in 2022, because of the what's happening in terms of making things more expensive for people. So I think taxes for me is not the only way the government can run a business. And we have taken the example of housing. When this government came up with the housing levy thing, we told them, look, why must the government be building homes and houses? Everybody else in the private sector can do it. There are so many banks, flush with money.
Yes.
All of them have got institutions that can build for them houses. Why would the government be interested in this? Why don't you provide incentives? Incentives to the government, to investors, to those who want to build in the real estate. They go ahead and build houses. The government doesn't need to tax people. So there was a time when NAC came to power. That was the two things that we came up with at the time. I was in the official opposition at the time. And I think one of the things that we supported the government at the time was that, one, they were going to reduce direct taxes, taxes on payroll, and go for indirect taxes, which would be a bit more equitable. Because if you walk to a shop and buy a bottle of water, everyone would pay the same amount of VAT on it.
Yes.
There'll be VAT on it. It's an easier way of getting tax out the coverage to a larger population than on the direct taxes only affecting those people who have got payroll or who have got pay slip.
Yes.
So that was the policy that the NAC came in with. They said we will focus more on indirect taxes and reduce direct taxes. The other was to try and get government out of business. Let's try and reduce government presence in activities. Everything government was investing in through state corporations in everything from running taxis to slaughtering chicken to hotels. And they try to divest from hotels. They try to divest from so many of those things. But still, the government is largely involved in many things. But instead, you will find still government trying to go into things that they shouldn't. And this is why all these taxes issues keeps coming up. You're making the government bigger and bigger, and you need resources to run government. And so I would say, yes, true, they took over tax and they took over a lot of the problems. I mean, so debt and a lot of problems. But tax is not a solution. I think there are ways in which you can address some of the challenges we have in this country without necessarily raising taxes, and certainly not taxes on payroll.
All right. We're going to take a break at this point. Political economist Bill Okero is our guest this hour. We're looking at some of these issues around, so cash crisis, what exactly is the problem? So if you do have a little bit of it, CT, what can you do with that to make sure that your mortgage is intact?
Take this, for instance. Just give it a thought. Someone tells you that they will offer you 105% loan. And you think 105, yes, 105. They're saying it doesn't really matter whether you have a pay slip or whether you have a business or whether you're in the diaspora. And they're saying why this is possible is because we, as Diamond Trust Bank, have partnered with the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. So the interest rate that we are likely to charge you will be 9%. But that is fixed. It's not going anywhere. It's 9, okay? If you borrow up to 10 years. If you want to borrow up to 25 years, then it will be 9.75. And they're also saying, look, some of these things may seem impossible, but we are saying nothing is impossible because this is a Kenyan bank. We are in Kenya. And these are details you can actually come and verify with us. And all you need to do is very simple. Either visit the nearest Diamond Trust branch, or email mortgages@diamondtrustbankafrica.com. That's it.
That's it. That's all you need to do.
That's it.
It's 28 minutes to 10. These conversations continue when we come back from this break.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi at 18, it's 17 and sunny in Nakuru, and 17 and sunny in Nyeri, 15 sunny conditions in Eldoret, while in Mombasa, partly sunny at 27. We'll see sunny conditions at 26 in Malindi. We're looking into a sunny Kisumu at 20, and at 19, Kakamega is actually going to highs of 31 today. Kampala is partly sunny at 21, while Dar es Salaam at 27 is sunny. Johannesburg is cloudy at 21, while we're looking into sunny conditions at 26 in Mogadishu, 14 and sunny in Addis Ababa, and looking into Lagos, where it's cloudy at 26, and Kinshasa sunny at 24. 1 degree and sunny in Beijing. It's 1 and clear in Paris, and 1 and cloudy in London. 0 cloudy in New York. Getting out of traffic hour in not too far from now. The traffic on the Thika Superhighway has reduced. We're still seeing some traffic heavy on Kiambu Road as you're trying to get into the city. Limuru Road is busy here and there, but I think for the most part of it we should be fine. Eastern Bypass still has a little bit of traffic as you're approaching North Airport Road and also approaching Outer Ring, so we're going to watch out for those spots, but apart from that you should be able to get where you're going without too much of an issue. Let's talk it out through the day. SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
26 minutes to 10 o'clock, and Bill O'Carroll, political economist, is our guest this hour. And we continue looking at, cash crisis. What's the problem? From a government point of view, I have to ask, when certain things are not done, and one of the, it sounds like it's overdone and overset, but I think it is extremely important, especially for budgeted items. Now, when we look at the budget, which again we are in the process of doing for 2025, 2026, that there are certain items which are very clear. The CS will come to Parliament in June, July, and he will say that this is the amount of money that we are budgeting for this. This is the amount of money that we are budgeting for the other. Education is one of them, 600 and something million shillings. And probably every now and then it does up and down a few points, but that's around the amount that we talk about. Takes, one of the big ticket items on the budget. But for some reason, at any given time, there's always a delay in the funds that then should go towards education. At a fiscal treasury release point of view, what's the problem? And I don't know if it's the same problem that we see release of money to counties, for example, or release of money for certain projects. Should you see that money should not be released when you are dealing with budgeted items? What exactly happens there?
All right. When you make a budget, and one thing is an estimate. The revenue side is an estimate. You're not sure you're going to get all of it. That's one. Two, after you make the budget, you prepare an appropriations act or bill. That would explain how you are going to spend this money in detail. Now, the thing to address the question you are raising, there's always one thing, an elephant in the room, what we call, I always refer to it as misplaced priorities. What happens is that when it comes to now releasing money, the exchequer, then there are always priorities that treasury or whoever is dealing with the disbursements of money will be looking at. Priorities. And this is where a number of factors come in. One of them is political patronage. If you are a CS, and this happens, it's not only for this government, it has been happening in all this government. There's a CS who is so politically correct that his money must be released. And there's another one, is like Bilo, he's not well known, he's not very powerful and whatever.
And he says things the government doesn't like.
And he's not doing things that the boss doesn't like. And so his release, he struggles to get the exchequer for his ministry or for his department or for his corporation. So apart from the fact that, yes, revenues may not flow in the way it was budgeted, the reality is that the exchequer releases are always determined by, one, this misplaced priorities play in always. What happens is that for one department where you had budgeted 5 billion, another 5 extra is spent, 10 billion. So that 5 has to be drawn from some other, some other appropriation. That happens quite frequently. The second, of course, then is the basis on which the money is being released. There was a time when I think, and Uhuru, it reached a point that for the counties, some counties would get their funds released, and others had their money delayed, and it became an issue.
Yes.
So that's why I'm saying it's sometimes the priorities. But we have an office to deal with all this. It's called the Control of Budget. The reason why we created that office is to deal with the implementation of the budget. The budget has been done by Parliament. Appropriations approved. Everything. Now it's up to that officer called the Control of Budget to determine that treasury must spend according to that document.
Hang on. Sorry.
That's where the catch is.
Sorry, below. So what we are saying now, so when there are delays to county, when there's delay to Ministry of Education, when there's delay to health, whatever the case may be, are we saying that the Control of Budget at the beginning should say, excuse me, we budgeted this thing, folks. This is the money that we release for 1, 2, 3. Should she, now that it's
the
she in that office, do that?
Should raise her finger the moment she realizes that Treasury is disbursing money to an activity that has not been budgeted. One, which happens quite frequently, and they always talk about it months later. Two, the moment money is released to certain ministries or departments or whatever, over and above what has been allocated, primarily because that office is critical or that office is more politically correct and so forth, and they can access more money and deny others. So if that's why they're dealing with implementation of the budget. They can raise the question you asked.
Yeah.
Yes, they can raise the flag and say, look, Treasury, disburse the money, because they're the ones who will say, disburse this money for the counties that's been approved. They get the returns from counties, they verify, and they know how much is supposed to go, and there is a schedule approved by the Senate. I said this money needs to be released. But quite often what happens is the controller releases the report after the event. 3 months, 6 months later is when they'll publish a report.
Why would that be?
Well, because the law says they must submit a report. So they do submit a report. But the law does not stop them from getting involved real time. It doesn't. They can. They should actually be, in coordination with the ministry, the treasury, to find out that, to ensure that the exchequer is released based on whatever appropriations have been made. But they don't. And then the sad thing about the controller is they have the capacity to say, no, you have not spent money according to the budget. So you cannot get, don't release this money, because these people, particularly in counties, happens quite frequently. Money is released to them for construction of this building, but they get it and they put some other projects. Then the next time again they'll come. The treasury controller should be able to tell them, no, sorry, I can't. We gave you money last year for this building. Where did it go?
Okay.
Pending bills right now running into nearly 800 billion Kenya shillings. What is the impact of this on the economy, and can the government realistically be able to pay back this money?
The impact on the economy is huge. Look, that one, I think there's no denying the fact that the impact is going to be pretty huge, because all those people who had given, is like giving a loan to the government, and they're not getting their money back. It affects their operations, it affects their businesses, their investments. There are companies that have folded because of the delay. There are companies that cannot execute their projects because of the delay in getting their money. So it's huge implications, and and the stimulus impact of it. Imagine if that money was released to the economy today and everybody got his money. The impact on the stimulus impact on the economy is going to be pretty huge, and they will see it. The government can actually see the numbers of the growth affected by that kind of an injection into the economy. But is there no other way of paying? Yes, there are many other ways of paying. The government did come up with the issue of a bond to try and pay off that. I mean, every day they're signing into bonds for this project and that project, worth billions. They can get a long-term facility that can be used specifically to release this, because the dividends would be visible very fast. If the moment you get these people, give them back their money, that money will go back into the economy and people will start investing that money. And so I think they did come up with it. I don't know why they have not gone through. They started, paying off some people, particularly in the petroleum sector. You remember there were some bonds and so forth. But at some stage, again, it seems to have stalled. But they can. The only way they can do is to borrow through bonds and pay off. It's not likely this government, particularly this administration, to try and say, look, out of the 3 trillion that we want to raise in revenue, let us give 1 trillion to clear the old the debts. They would not be willing, because of the simple political fact. Government is politics. Budget is a political instrument. They want to be seen to be doing something. The money that goes to you to pay your debt is not something that they can say tomorrow, I paid this guy's debt.
Yes.
They would rather say, I built this classroom and we built this road. They want something that they can go and sell, and get some politics out of it. So it's not a priority for them. Thirdly, I think they would also say that it's not me who took that debt. So during Kibaki's time, it was Uhuru's time. Why should I pay? That is very, very apparent in counties. The reason why county debts are not being cleared is because a governor comes in and says, it was not me who took that debt. And I get nothing out of it.
And that's not my priority right now.
And I don't get anything out of it. The guy who earned some kickbacks out of it was the previous governor. I'm not paying.
There are those who've said that if they were to sum up the problems that we have, they say it is fiscal discipline or the lack of it.
Correct.
Is that an oversimplification of our problem?
It's not. Fiscal discipline means government living within its budget. That's basically what it means. So if there's fiscal discipline, one, there'll be no expenditure. There'll be no, this issue we're just discussing now of pending bills. And there'll be no political patronage. There'll be no misplaced priorities. People would be doing things exactly as per the budget that has been approved by Parliament. The lack of it is what is putting us where we are. The second thing about the fiscal discipline is that the Constitution, the law is very clear. The Public Finance Management Act is clear how much money should be spent on recurrent expenditure, how much should go to development expenditure. Fiscal discipline would mean if 35% of the money or 30% of the money must go to development, it must be spent on development. Fiscal discipline means the law is clear also on the PFM that when you borrow for development.
Yes.
So we will not have a situation like the Eurobond. You took $2 billion and nobody knows where it has gone. So fiscal discipline would really make life. So it's a simplification, but it really addresses the key challenges, which then creates all these problems we are having. The public debt, and all those things are a failure of financial discipline.
So who's the one that is to enforce fiscal discipline?
The president.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell you why. The buck stops with him.
Why?
He appoints a guy called CS Finance. CS Finance has got huge powers under the Public Finance Management Act. He's the one who appoints every other officer in government as an accounting officer. And he's the custodian of public resources, provided for in the Constitution. They're the ones who can say, look, you are the CS Health, you have not accounted for your money properly, I am not going to... you're no longer the accounting officer for the ministry.
It's an executive office.
It's an executive, of course.
Yes, finance is an executive
so Treasury, with all those powers, cannot act because everyone else whom he is supposed to act on, all those accounting officers have been appointed by his boss. So to some extent, then they are all in the same level. So then Treasury would not want to implement the PFM Act because of fear that this guy was also appointed by the president. I cannot just stop him from being an accounting officer. I cannot simply freeze resources to his department. But the law is very clear. If you look at Public Finance Management Act, all the provisions relating to penalties for financial breaches, including financial indiscipline, all those powers are with the CS Treasury.
Yeah, the CS Treasury is actually what do you call it? He's not just a policy holder.
he actually has implementing powers. I think the only one in cabinet actually who does, right?
Yeah, so you need a finance CS who can exercise some level of independence and is concerned about the financial indiscipline. And you cannot allow a ministry to spend more than has been allocated for it, or to misplay, to spend money on areas that have not been appropriated for. And it happens every day, and no action is taken.
There's something that often happens in government when you talk about debt. There is always this conversation about proper invoicing. How the invoices that are with the government, you may put a figure to it.
Yes.
But do they meet the master that then guarantees that you will be paid? It's a conversation that has been had. That's one. Then there's the question of what percentage of these debts are big businesses and which ones are medium or small enterprises? I'm asking this question because there are those who say that 95% of most of these debts that we speak of fall between in the range of medium and small enterprises. So it means what we've long considered to be the very engine that moves the commercial sector or even industrial in this country is where this money is owed. So if they are starved of it, it therefore means that any growth that we may think of will not be forthcoming.
Will not happen.
And it's pretty obvious. Look, if you are a small or medium-sized enterprise, you do not have the political leverage to pursue your money. But if you're a multinational company or a big, contractor, you'll get your money. You'll get your money one way or the other. You have the means to get your money. But if you are small or medium-sized enterprise, is a local Kenyan company, it's not going to be easy for you to get back your money. And that's why that is 95% of them fall into that small, medium-sized companies. And this is why you actually see people who have shut down their businesses because the government did not pay them for the last 4 or 5 years. And
is there enough floating around, essentially, to have government do what it's budgeted to do and on time? Is there enough? Or is government still grappling, struggling to look for the extra, collecting more in order to have that happen? Can you get through a year? So what's the problem?
No. Look at it. This issue, by the way, because I was a shadow finance minister during the time of Kibaki.
Yes, you were.
It's been there from the time of Kibaki. It's a question of not lack of it. I've told you, it's a question of priorities. When it comes to releasing exchequer, you want to release money to some particular department or ministry that you want, and that one will get the money because there's something else that they are doing that you are interested in, or the executive is interested in. So it's not for lack of it. Even if you give them all the money, there will still be challenges in allocating on giving you the exchequer because they will sit down and suddenly, in a year is a very long time, and priorities change. And boss has traveled to Mandera and he's been told, we want this thing done, and the boss has taken a pledge. I'm going to get it done. And he'll come here and call that CS and tell him, CS, I put something for that activity. He has to find it, and the only way you can find it is take it from him or from another. And
let me ask this question, because the thing is, I think government has institutions that basically ignore and flout the rules. But my question, as you keep talking, is how can I be rich again? If in 2022 I was doing well.
This is a Mark question.
No, it's a Kenyan question.
I'm joking.
Yeah, but actually it's a Mark question. Okay. I would like to be rich again.
Go with it. All right.
Because Mark is a Kenyan.
Yes.
Because Mark is a Kenyan.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And yes, I would like to be rich again. We've talked about the macroeconomics and things like that, but we've honestly felt the pinch in terms of how we are spending money, our spending ability, our earning ability, even the amount of business we're able to do has somehow slowed down. How can the Kenyan go back to financial freedom and gain back what they seem to have lost over the last 2 years?
The role of government is to create an enabling environment for you to make money.
That's it. Say that again.
It's you see, when that environment then has not been created for our businesses, for Kenyans to grow their own economy, to grow their own businesses, then the situation that we are in now is what will happen. So we have a situation where government policies are not conducive to that business environment. And one of the examples, the simplest example is tax. The more you tax people, then the less likely it is good for you to do some business, because you'll take calculator and you find, no, I can't sell these phones. By the time I import them and I pay VAT and I pay duty, I pay excise, I pay this, I pay that, you cannot take it to the market, because then your sales will be affected. You will be forced to shut down. You can't even pay your rent. So government policies must be created to create a better enabling environment for me and you to work. That's essentially what we're supposed to do. But when the government gets the wrong end of the stick, instead of doing that, they want to create an enabling environment for the government to make money. And so it's bring the money. We know how to spend it. You don't know how to spend it. This is unfortunately what our executive has ended up doing, and so unfortunately then you can't get richer in a situation where the policy environment is not conducive to you making, growing your business. And I'll give you an example. Look at a small Safaricom, say M-Pesa thing you want to start in Nairobi. Try and see how many licenses you'll get. You'll get shocked
at the number.
Yes. How many documents and licenses you have to get, and even in order to operate that kiosk. In order to operate that little thing, and that happens across the board to everyone who's trying to get into business. So I think we're not making things easier. I'll give you another example. I mean, we are trying to import. This is something that really we're trying to import some goods from outside the country, and that manufacturer in that country exports to 100 other nations of the world. So we are told then by KEBS here that you must get approval by the appointed surveyor. It's called SGS and so forth.
The quality.
They must do a pre-shipment inspection in that country. And so this company then, what they do, because they export to over 100 countries, they prepare one inspection every year, where they have their products analyzed by a lab, a recognized lab, and then they have that one report that they now share with the surveyors for all the countries.
Correct.
And then here we're told, no. You see that report, Kenya, what we want, our country, our KEBS, we want another test done, ABCD. But those guys say, what do you mean? These are the tests we're doing for all the countries in the world, and they're all the necessary, and they meet all the standards that are required globally. No. So I'm telling you, 6 months now from August, we're struggling to try and get approval between that KEBS. How can you do business?
But aren't the standard bureaus
they make
in
things
the
so
world
difficult.
connected? Aren't they connected? Because even for us to export, the Kenya Bureau of Standards stamp on your product is acceptable in Tanzania, because all these standards, it's not that they work in isolation.
Another example. There was a time we imported some product. It's small products like sweets and chocolates and things.
Yes.
These things would come in cartons. In your container, they would come in cartons. And within those cartons are packets. And in those packets then are individual wrapped. Now, the requirement for...
I can see where this is going.
The requirement for the government, when you are paying the duty in the port, this duty, not customs duty, but excise duty.
Yes.
They want each stamp of the excise duty to be stamped on the individual products.
Jesus.
So you will get your container. If you are importing, imagine 2, 3, 4, 5 containers, you have to get all those things out in your warehouse. Get all those boxes, cartons opened, and all those packets to try and get all those things.
The individual sweets?
So this week, I'm telling you, and this, I'm not exaggerating, even this week, we got a letter from the Kenya, from the Competition Authority. They said, you guys, the sweets you're selling, the individual one, it doesn't have the date of manufacture and the date of expiry on the sweets. So tell them, there's no one who's manufacturing anywhere in the world On the individual, they do it in the packet.
No.
It's on the packet. They say, no. We want it on the individual piece. So when we went round, I found that every manufacturer in Kenya, all of them, none of them is putting those debts on the individual piece. They are on the packets. So now, you make things so difficult. That's what, when I'm talking about creating business environment, making things much more difficult for you.
That's what we're talking about.
Do you have another different of suites than the one we do? Because if a suite is that tiny, where is the space for manufacturing?
Not only that, but look at the cost of you doing that. Somebody is asking you. It will be making things more expensive.
Ask the question. This is institutionalizing obstructionalism. Because that's what you're doing.
Yes.
And making it expensive also.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, no. It's deliberate. Somebody sat here and asked a question, or rather raised the issue and said, if the treasury was independent, some of these problems may not be there. Was he sort of like pontificating on something that is not realistic, or is the independence of the treasury something that could actually change very many of the things we're talking about?
Well, in some countries, they have some independent treasury. If you go to Canada, they call it the Treasury Board.
Yes,
it's independent from the executive, and it's kind of is a team, so that it's not an individual who just does what he wants to do. But in the public service administrations I have seen in many countries, I don't think there are many countries with an independent treasury, because treasury is the nerve center of government, and there's no executive who wants to run without
on its own,
control of that nerve center of the government. Because what is government is all about that resources, so they would not want to let go.
It would be difficult.
But if there was, in the case of in Canada, that treasury board is the one that determines, and they're independent, and so the government cannot say, do this and do that, and you can't call an executive president cannot call the treasury CS and tell him, my friend, below is coming to you, 10 million. Equal campaign. It can't happen.
These are conversations that and it's always a breath of fresh air to have you with us below, and necessary for us to keep looking at some of these issues and look at the way in which we need to go. So thank you for being here this morning. Political economist Bill Okoh has been our guest this hour, and it's time for me to remind you, even as we come to a close, that Kenyan businesses, we get it. Dealing with international payments doesn't have to be complicated, but traditional payment methods make it feel like an uphill task. So with Virtual FX, you get a seamless, hassle-free way to send and receive money from anywhere in the world. You get competitive exchange rates, check. Fast transactions, check. Secure CBK approved transactions, check. 49 currencies in 190 plus countries, check. All you need to do is check www.virtualfx.com. We talk again tomorrow. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Lau.